and get things started this morning. A couple of quick items. There was a change in the chairperson on the Senate side for the Commerce Committee. And by statute, the Commerce Committee chair is the vice chair of this committee. And so I'd like to welcome Senator Erickson to the committee. And I've worked with her. I had the pleasure of working with her in the House side for 2 years on K-12 budget. And she's a welcome member to this team. And I'll turn it over to her for just a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to working with the council and hopefully having some positive outcomes. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Also, Representative Estes called, and she's going to be a few minutes late, but she'll be here, or she'll be online here in a little bit. And with that, we'll start with our agenda. First thing on the agenda is a presentation on unemployment modernization. I believe Pedro Rosa is online, and he's the Director of Product Management for OnPoint Technology. Pedro, are you there? I think you're muted, sir.
How about that? Does that better?
We can hear you now.
Okay, very good. My apologies for that. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to see my screen okay?
Not yet. I think we're working on it. Just give us a second.
Sure.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to welcome Senator Erickson to the committee. It's nice having you here. Can you remind us who OnPoint is, just for those listening, to get the context of everything, how they're related to this and why we're talking to them?
So OnPoint is and I'm sure that Pedro is going to go through this for you, but both OnPoint and Deloitte are companies that were recommended by NASWA to talk to as far as modernization and updating our system. And they both have some valuable input I think the committee could hear before we make any further recommendations. Okay, we can see your deck now.
Okay, very good. So I'll start with the agenda that we have prepared for, and absolutely we can adjust to cover whatever topics are important to committee. So the first that was communicated to me, it would be helpful to understand some of the challenges that OnPoint personally found in the RFP that prevented us from being able to submit our solution. So I have a quick topics to discuss there. After that, and any questions we can address, it also was communicated to me, it would be helpful to explain our modular approach to modernization. You know, it's a strategy that's becoming pretty popular, and we have a special take on it. And then lastly, I'm sorry, getting a little echo. Testing. All right, very good.
So are your speakers on?
My speakers are on just fine. Oh. Is everyone else muted? Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, someone muted. Very good. And then the last topic I have, and again, we can go as deep or light as necessary, as valuable, is an overview of our solution and the Optimum Integrity Cloud that we're making available to state workforce agencies. So let me pause there. Is that agenda appropriate? Is there anything more or less that I should prepare to speak to?
I think that'll be fine. Let's go ahead and dive into it.
Okay, very good. So first, a quick introduction of OnPoint Technology. We've been in the UI space providing software and services to state workforce agencies for over 30 years now. That's 100% of our business. We have members from all across the nation. We've been called on to provide expert testimony to U.S. Senate Committee on Finance. And we're the largest provider of software in the area of integrity. We have 64 enterprise solutions deployed over 21 different states. So I do serve as the Director of Product Management for OnPoint. Also on the call, I have Mr. Dale Ziegler, who's 35 years of UI experience He served as the U.S. Department of Labor Deputy Administrator, and he helped the nation through multiple recessions. I also have Tom Kisnerick, 21 years in UI. He worked as part of the New Jersey State Workforce Agency, and most recently he was the Director of Software Services for NASWA. I'm now part of the OnPoint team. And then lastly, I have Mr. Bob Yokovanes, has literally a half a decade of UI experience, and he was a former UI Assistant Commissioner for the state of New Jersey. So, so any questions that arise, this team of experts can help. So I'll jump right into some of what we found in the RFP that made it difficult for organizations such as OnPoint to propose, and might be something that would be worth understanding. So the first is there's a requirement that there's a UI, that the vendor have a UI benefits tax appeals and integrity system live in one state for over 2 years. And what we're seeing that as being a challenge, it signals that there's a small pool of vendors that the RFP might be tailored towards. And so that's something that makes it difficult for organizations such as ours to propose to. It's been our experience that the modern systems are challenged as well during the legacy. And then the vendors that do have these systems, those systems are already becoming dated, and we're even seeing some states beginning to remodernize, right? So being able to choose from solutions only from those few vendors is really difficult for the state to find a solution that's going to work well, especially when those vendors are pretty stretched in their capacity. So that was one limitation that we found difficult for us. The other is the RFP calls out for this big bang approach, right? So, and it's the typical challenges that we all know about during these big bang waterfall approach, right? There's a high level of risk by taking a large system live all at once. The impact to the agency is just huge, right? Managing that change across the entire enterprise is really difficult, and it really just leaves no room for validated learning. It's like you go live and then you just work hard to make it barely work, right? As opposed to being able to have a more iterative learning types of exercise. So that was the other that made it difficult, that we didn't feel we could serve the state well in that type of environment. And the last one is the timelines. The timelines are pretty aggressive. So it's like 12 months that the vendor had time to complete the configuration. And what that's going to mean is the vendor is just forced to implement the system as is, right? It really incentivizes the vendor to implement a contentious change management process, because there's just no room to do any type of custom work that we needed for the state. And it's just, forcing the vendor to have to work to expand timelines and increase costs every time there's a change that might be necessary, but the system doesn't support, is another one that's a really tough environment for vendors to work within. You'll see some of these modernization projects, there's more project managers and lawyers on the project than there are subject matter experts and developers, and it's because of these types of constraints. So those were the big ones that we felt would be difficult for us to serve the state well. And as I mentioned, it sounded like it would be helpful to be able to share some of that with the committee. I'll pause there. Is there any questions? Should I expand on anything, or should we move on?
We'll hold questions until the end of your presentation.
Okay, very good. If that works best for you, feel free to interrupt me if you change your mind on that. So the approach that we find that allows us to be successful and serve the agency well, and that's a modular approach to modernization. So we're seeing states beginning to adopt this methodology. We've seen it in the Colorado RFP, the Massachusetts RFP, and we're even seeing the feds touting it, as well as seeing it in the private industry for some time now. And overall, the objective is to organize the benefit system into an ecosystem of modules, for lack of a better term. And what that does, it allows that the best-in-class modular solutions can be deployed according to the priorities of the state. So the state will be able to select the best solutions there and target their particular objectives, right? And just the goal is to make sure that each function is fully and completely solved for that particular objective, as opposed to working across an entire enterprise all at once. So this module by module deployment allows the system to evolve over a timeline, and all while addressing important needs immediately, and then tackling future needs as the state prioritizes. So also it allows for a learning exercise, right? So as we deploy the individual modules, they're going to learn how these systems work for the particular state. The staff is going to learn how to utilize these systems, right? The data is going to be fleshed through appropriately, and then it allows the future rollouts to benefit from all that learning. Another advantage is, as the technology advances, right, these new modules can be deployed to continually to evolve that system. So once in a production capacity, so this modular framework allows the state to always keep up with new modules, always replace old modules and evolve. The goal is that we never modernize again, right? That's the benefit that's sought out. You never will have a full-blown large modernized effort again. Multiple states are going to go through this because their modern system just quickly became the new legacy system without some sort of an evolution framework. This framework also allows us to address urgent needs. The states have needs today, and we believe that's some of the reason that drives the really aggressive timelines that a big bang approach requires, because they need to address those needs today. So instead of trying to roll out the entire benefit system, they can roll out these modules that helps them get to where they need to go within a short period of time. They gain access to the best-in-class solutions. So instead of just a small number of vendors that have an entire benefit system, anyone within the space that has a particular module that would be valuable can be a part of this procurement. It prevents being locked to one solution, one technology, and locked to one vendor, right? It ensures that anyone that has great solution can be a part of it, and it keeps all the vendors honest, as opposed to the state being locked in that way. And the last one, manage the impact on staff. Taking on a whole benefits, tax, appeals, integrity, all in one deployment is tremendously impactful on the staff. So to be able to keep up with all of their priorities while doing so would be a challenge. And that's what this approach also attempts to solve. And so what it looks like tactically, in its simplest term, the state would define an ecosystem of modules, and then it allows the vendors to propose any subset of those modules, right? So some vendors will still come in and propose an entire solution, entire system, and they can possibly be awarded as the system of record. But then any other vendors that have innovative ideas or innovative solutions can propose as well. It does require that there's a level of program management in order to coordinate all of these activities. But that's something that states do today. That's something that third-party organizations provide as a service to the state as well. So by taking on these steps, it allows the state to do exactly what I described, take advantage of what might be out there, and be able to go the modernization route with a more robust solution. So that's what I had as far as the modernization approach or framework that I wanted to describe. I had a list of topics here. Again, it wasn't clear to me exactly what would all be helpful, so I don't expect to go through all of them. It would be helpful if there was some feedback, if there's any of these particular topics that could be of help to the committee. If not, I would just cover a few of them lightly and then go on to Q&A.
Committee, if you look at the page, if there's anything that jumps out that you want to hear about more, otherwise we'll let them go ahead and touch on them each briefly, and then we can ask questions. Seeing no questions, so go ahead, Pedro.
Okay, excellent. I'll keep it light because I know there's a lot you have on the agenda. We can move back. So I'll give you an introduction of the Optimum Integrity Cloud. So what we've done at OnPoint Technology is brought on a solution that tackles what we see states struggle with today, right? As I mentioned, modern and legacy system alike struggled and in many areas failed during the recession. And the extreme vast majority of the challenges that UI faced were in the area of fraud prevention and what's called adjudication, right? States were challenged to prevent payments to go to fraudsters, and in doing so, they just encountered large volumes of issues requiring staff perform adjudication. So many states hired literally thousands of contractors to help take on this backlog. And what the tragedy lies is there were a lot of deserving claimants that got caught up inside of that adjudication mess. So to squarely tackle this, OnPoint, we've retooled proven systems that we've had rolled out to states over the last few decades, and we've architected into this modular and cloud approach that I've described. And we really aligned the functionality to be a truly holistic approach specifically to integrity and adjudication. So a quick overview of the modules is first we have the claimant portal. That's our claims intake and serves the claimants. Next, we have a solution we call U-Identify, which does identity proofing by allowing a claimant to scan their state ID. We also provide other services in the prevention detection space. One is the IDH broker. That's the national repository that NASWA has made available to states. We have a data analytics tool in ID theft that detects known frauds, and it would have found the scattered canary fraud that walked away with a large number of overpayments. Resolve is our automated adjudication system. That's a replacement of a system that we've had running in 14 states, and it's increased productivity 4x within every state that we deployed. It handles all UI issues, every type of issue that's covered in the ETA 301 handbook. Resolve automates. Then we rounded out in Recover, where there's overpayment collection system, and Enforce is our legal system. And the whole goal is this flow, right? Our aim is that there aren't any backlogs, right? So the simplest way to describe this is that we perform a process analysis workshop with the state. And then as you see depicted here, we're going to layer modules across the entire journey as the states require. If there's modules that the state performs well today, we would not work to replace that. That's the value. That's one of the values of this approach. So we'll support the state to take in claims. We'll then provide any number of modules that work through to prevent and detect fraud. Then it moves on to Resolve that performs the adjudication into overpayment collections and enforcement. The whole objective is there's a flow of claims making its way through the agency. And where that leaves us with this approach is a subset of the benefit system that we provide for. So here's a conceptual framework for a modular approach for a benefit system, and highlighted is what we tackle. And again, the focus for OnPoint's mission with the states is that we really squarely resolve the fraud issues and being able to adjudicate those issues so that deserving claimants can be paid and that overpayments can be established. So that's what I have as far as describing the framework. I have a couple of screenshots, if that would be helpful to walk everyone through a little bit of the look and feel. I can go through that lightly in just a few minutes, and then we'll go to Q&A. I definitely want to address what's most important to everyone. So let me get to that page. So here, just for a feel for how the system works. So here's an example of a claimant logging on to the claimant portal. It allows the claimant to create their profile, and then allows the claimant to utilize the U-Identify solution that I mentioned. And an example of how that looks from a user standpoint is the user will receive through their smartphone either a text message or an email with a link to the application. The user is able to choose whether they like to scan their ID or whether they do not have a driver's license or this is not them. So in a state that we went live with recently, they fed a backlog suspicious claim. They felt that it was a high number of those claims were suspicious, and it turned out close to 20% were valid claimants. But they were able to scan their ID and then quickly make their way through submitting their claim. So they'll click on the link. There's no app involved. It's browser-based. They will grab the back of their state or driver's license, scan the key line information. They receive a response that they completed the verification and a confirmation message. And what happens in the background is U-Identify is going to cross-match that information against a repository of DMV records and verify this person is who they say they are. You know, it's fair to expect that a large number of working class citizens have a state ID. And so this really allows us to quickly serve those individuals well. Now, others that do not have a state ID will go through the different layers that I described as to determine their identity, but this allows the state to quickly get a large percentage of claims outside of what might get caught up and delay payments. So just a few other screenshots as to how we facilitate this information with the state workforce agency that get indicators that show if it was successfully validated their ID or not, and then actual details as to what information would have failed. The agency has access to any of the other layers. And again, as part of this framework that I described, any other modules that are part of this prevention or detection stage would have, the agency rep would have access to that within this screen. And they could perform any types of verification. So in this example, it's running cross matches against the Integrity Data Hub from NASWA. It shows the number of hits. It shows which data elements are suspicious, and it shows which state reported those records as being fraud. And then all of this will feed into the state's case management system, right? So if the state has a case management system, those will be fed into there, or these issues will be fed into the Resolve application that I described, right? And within Resolve, the strength is what it does in an automated fashion. So in UI, a person cannot be denied benefits just for an indication of fraud, right? There's a due diligence that's owed to the claimants. And this system automates that usually heavy manual adjudication effort. So it's going to send outreach to the claimant. It's going to send outreach to the employer. It can gather the information through portals. We structured an intelligent fact-finding tree that really gets to a quantitative measure of the likelihood of fraud. And then it allows the application to automatically match what the claimant and the employer has reported. And so it allows the state rep to quickly and easily view a screen such as the one I have here to see the anomalies between what the claimant reported and what the employer reported. And so since it's still a requirement that Merit staff perform the adjudication, it's a real great way for them to have a rapid review screen, make sure the system performed all of the automated tasks appropriately, and then close out the case and issue the determination. As I mentioned, we have this running in over 14 different states. We have the predecessor to this running, and now this is a retooled application made specifically for the framework that I described and in the cloud. Another great advantage is that it really manages the workflow. So states were required to ramp up quickly, and that's a skill set that's difficult to train on. So this system knows what is the workflow for every particular issue. So for every issue, there could be a different workflow of steps that the rep has to perform. And then for every step the rep has to perform, there's a specific type of task that can be performed. So this really walks through and allows a novice adjudicator to do well. So I'll go through these quickly again, just to make sure I stay at the right level that's useful for everyone. So what we've done is we've taken in the claim, we've ran through multiple layers of fraud detection. If there's an issue detected, there's a priority score that's assigned to it, and the issue makes its way into Resolve. Resolve is going to go through all of the investigation and adjudication in an automated fashion, serving up to the agency rep the details that have found. Once an overpayment has been established, that becomes part of the system of record. And then there's two other tools that we have in order to help the agency rep not collect on those overpayments, right? And so one of them is Recover. We have this running in 5 different states today, and it automates all of the collections activity. In UI, there's a lot of rules around what's collectible, what's not collectible. If a person's going through bankruptcy or other types of activities, those are non-collectible. And so the system is smart enough to know which overpayments to tackle and which not to tackle. It's going to send automated payment agreements to claimants and allow the claimant to agree to those payment agreements. It's going to send out billing notices with increasingly severe verbiage in order to entice payments and allow the claimant to make good on their payment. It also includes a payment processor so that claimants are able to go online, make payments to their overpayment, and stay compliant with their payment plans. So that's what I had as far as a high-level demo. Definitely, if there's anyone from the state agency ever wanted to do a deep dive, I can absolutely use the extra application and do so. But I think for this committee, that level might be helpful. So that's what I had. I can definitely answer any questions, go into any other topics that might be helpful, circle back to other topics.
Okay, Pedro, thanks for your presentation today. In council, I did, when I talked to these 2 companies, I did tell them we didn't necessarily want a full-blown presentation because we didn't have that kind of time today. But I asked them just to kind of give us an overview of their product and some advice on why they didn't. There's been a lot of frustration on why some companies did not reply to the RFP, especially when they're good quality NASWA suggested companies. And so I asked them to talk about that and give us an overview of their product and some advice. And so that's what we got today. If the council thinks that it's important, we can have these companies come back at a later date where we have more time to go through the whole product. And this one looks like it's a pretty good deal. But for now, I'll open for questions for Pedro. Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rosa, I appreciate you taking time this morning to talk to us. I have a couple of follow-up questions. The first one is probably fairly obvious. What states are you currently operating in, and what was the most recent state that you put up as a system current that you operate right now?
So I do have a slide here. I can show the states we operate in. Here we go. So these are the states that we're actively serving. We have other states that have gone through modernization that we don't serve currently, but once modernization complete, we would loop back and see how we can be of service. And then the most recent deployments you see here under the cloud solutions category. So Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, DC, and Massachusetts all are within the last year, less than a year.
So are these these the tax side, the benefit side, the whole? Would kind of give. Let's just do it the one you did last. What did you put up, and what part of the process for UI did you do for the last state that you completed a project for?
Sure. It's the state of Arkansas. They have a large footprint of our software, and we've just completed the deployment of their IDH and their UI Identify, and right now we're wrapping up a deployment of Resolve. And so this is in the area of UI benefits, integrity, and adjudication that we focus. So it allows them to require their claimants to scan their ID and do identity verification. And then, as I mentioned, any detection of potential issues, they're going to automate with the Resolve application. They do have some of our legacy systems that we're upgrading as well that does the automation of benefit payment control type of issues. They also have the collection system that I described and collecting overpayments, and then also an enforcement system where it uses legal remedies against overpayments such as liens and levies and garnishments. So that's our most recent deployment.
Thank you. That's a good segue into my next series of questions. I'm a little confused. Maybe you can elaborate and explain for me a little bit, and for the council. The module system, is that different vendors? Is that all your product? I'm a little confused as to how that is, what that really is all about. Can you explain that a little bit in more detail, please?
Sure, absolutely. Conceptually, it could be any number of vendors that provide modules, right? The goal is that the state understands all the different functional areas, and any vendor with a solution can propose towards solving that particular function. What I displayed or demonstrated were all of the different modules that OnPoint has, and what I've showed that we've deployed in Arkansas, those are all the modules that we're squarely responsible for. So our modules are available in the cloud, and we provide 24/7 support for those modules. But Arkansas does have other vendors that they work with that provides different types of solutions. And so in this instance, they have an ecosystem of different vendors that are providing different modular solutions. Is that helpful? Can you guys hear me okay? Did I lose anyone? Did we lose the committee room?
Can you hear us, Pedro?
I can hear you now.
Thank you, Pedro. The follow-up question I had was, so the modules, the outside vendors may be people or vendors that the state wishes to continue to use, not necessarily what you're bringing in as outside parties. Is that what I understand?
Exactly right. And it could be either, because at OnPoint, we do have partnerships that we can leverage the expertise and modules of other vendors. So we can propose in a prime subcontractor type of relationship. But in this instance, Arkansas does both. They have vendors, modules they're working with us, and then they have other vendors they're working with as well.
Okay, and how about the fraud mechanism, the fraud portion of it? Is that your own in-house product, or is that an outside vendor that you're partnering with?
Yeah, that is our own product. We do work with the vendor that helps gain access to the DMV records. But all of what I described and demonstrated as far as the product and performing the scanning, all the integration, all of the workflows, case management, that's an OnPoint product.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions at this time.
Very good. Thanks.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you so quickly again, Pedro. Just kind of a few questions. The first one, kind of on one of your earlier slides, I wanted to give you a chance to expand a bit. Certainly my observation over the course of the pandemic is that each of the 53 states and territories administering UI had challenges related to the volume. Even the best systems just couldn't handle what no one had ever prepared for. But one of the bullets on your slide was modern systems fared no better than legacy systems throughout the course of the pandemic. My observation had been that those systems were at least more agile and adaptable and could kind of quickly pivot as the pandemic changed, as we identified needs. I was wondering if you could maybe expand on that point a little bit and kind of explain your view.
Sure. And, obviously it's a generality. There's a lot of systems out there. But in general, we did not encounter a modern system that didn't have the challenges that, as you stated, this pandemic brought about. So we just wanted to call out that the modern systems that could have performed better would have done so using this sort of a framework where they've brought on new modules. So for instance, the PUA system that was something that UI was never structured to do, and paying gig workers, right? It was actually a rule not to pay gig workers. So to pull that out was a major change in the UI space. The states that we saw able to adjust quickly are the ones that brought on a new PUA module. And so you're right. I expect that modern systems fared more agile in that space, but it was still a challenge for all modern and legacy environments to be able to take on that type of work.
Gotcha. I appreciate the explanation there. Pivoting a little bit, you mentioned Colorado and Massachusetts are both looking at potentially a modular solution for their UI system. My understanding is that both of those will be remodernization projects. Is that correct?
My apologies. I'm gonna tap one of my colleagues. Tom, can you confirm that? Is it Colorado and Massachusetts? Those are both remodernization efforts?
Colorado recently modernized their benefits platform, but then they're bringing in different modules to augment their existing platform that was just rolled out. As far as Massachusetts, I think that's something that's still in the works, but they have modernized within the last 10 years and actually transitioned part of that system to the cloud. And I believe that that's something that they're going to be looking to also replace as far as the modernization.
And just a brief follow-up on that, Tom, maybe you know the answer. Do you know who the primary vendor for those two states were, or the vendors?
I believe that was Deloitte.
For one or both?
For both of them.
Gotcha. Thank you, Tom. Pedro, another kind of question I wanted to just get your kind of thoughts on for the council. As you and everybody in the council is familiar with, under the American Rescue Plan Act, USDOL got $2 billion to assist with modernization, accessibility, and integrity, with modernization kind of being the biggest umbrella under that $2 billion. And the Office of UI Modernization has talked a lot about modular solutions in the future. One of the things I think that's been brought up commonly amongst UI administrators is, if PUA has to come back, how can we have it kind of sitting on a shelf ready to go so we don't relive what we did this past pandemic? So I was wondering if you maybe could share some of your thoughts on how your system or the modules you offer might integrate with what USDOL has been talking about at the national level?
Yep, absolutely. That's a great topic and one that we work on heavily on Nonpoint. And so part of what's going to be required to really build this type of an ecosystem, if I can use that term, is what we see similar in private industry where these different app stores, right? So if a hotshot developer created an app and wanted to make it accessible, the easiest way to do so is to put it on the Apple Store or the Google Store. And what that does is there's a set of attributes that this module must now adhere to. There's a set of testing regulations. There's a set of communication protocols, right? And all of that allows these modules to easily work together, right? You click on button on your phone and it just works. So in order for the feds to roll out modules and for other vendors to be able to align with those modules and strategies, that type of framework would need to be defined, right? And I don't know if it has to be as robust as what an Apple Store is because they just serve the globe, but there are going to be attributes that need to be defined. So what we've done at OnPoint is we're utilizing what we know to be the best in class attributes such as REST APIs, such as using in Hibernate to extrapolate what the database is made available and others. So we're expecting that any other modules that the feds are creating or other vendors are creating are going to align with these type of tried and true attributes and way of communicating. And then the expectation is that they just work, right? Utilizing those common protocols are going to allow these modules to work together.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I have just one additional question. Pedro, I talked to one of my colleagues too, who's kind of looking at a modular approach for their future system. And the way they had been discussing it is, part of it is you take one unit or whatever it may be that's on the mainframe today, you pull that off, you build the module that you need, and then it's still, while you're in the process of modernizing, is feeding information back to the mainframe as the kind of core processing system. In kind of a finalized solution with OnPoint or any of these, modular solutions that have been discussed, is there a kind of core processing element that all of the modules are feeding into? Is that something that you've developed or something that states kind of have and then they find the modules to bring in to work with that?
Yeah, that's very good. So the states that we've integrated over the last couple of decades, they do not have that type of core module for us to integrate with. Some of them are more disparate than others, but that isn't established today. And so it's OnPoint's expertise on how benefit system works that allows us to extract data and feed the data. But then the one very important objective of our module rollout is to start to establish exactly what you described, right? So our systems are totally decoupled from the legacy system or the benefit system that we're pulling data because it's going to talk to an intermediary module that knows where the information is. So for example, any module that deploys in a benefit system environment is going to need to get to claimant data, right? System of record claimant data, the claim data. And so by calling this particular API, that API always know where the system of record data is. So then the day as the states continue to modernize and that system of record data comes off of the legacy environment into new modules, then it's just that one API that all these other modules are communicating with that has to change as opposed to other modules understanding that. So I believe to answer your question, it isn't established in states today. That is something that as modules are rolled out and the strategy starts to progress, that layer needs to be developed.
All right. Thank you, Pedro. I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that we get a copy of the presentation. Would that be?
Yes, Eddie, had Pedro sent that to you? No. Could you send that over to Eddie so he could circulate that? And we also will post it on our website.
Thank you. And great. I appreciate the presentation. In fact, a couple of things that you brought up, the waterfall methodology versus faster methodologies that are used today. I would ask, I did have some concern reading our RFP that was put out for that exact reason. And and I know I'm speaking to the choir here, but more for the committee, that that type of methodology that was used in the RFP is very cumbersome and most likely to have cost overruns and failure of system implementation. Has that been your experience?
Absolutely. It is. It's the timelines are so tight, and being able to go live with the entire system all at once, it's going to require that vendor really just manages change management. So I know you've seen and heard in states, it's a contentious environment because it cannot take any changes, even if it's a good and important change. And so that's what that type of methodology drives. Where if we've gone through an iterative approach and developed modules over time, then those learnings can be incorporated in that. So yes, what you're explaining is exactly our experience.
Yes, thank you. And also, I would ask, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the, one of the weaknesses for the state of Kansas is, and it just has gone on for years, it's not anything current, but it is the management of these type of implementations and systems. So I was glad on one of your slides that you actually recommended a vendor for the program management, the overall program management, as a possibility for the state of Kansas. It has been my concern, and I would just say that not many people have the experience of implementing a system of this size, and it is one of my concerns for the state of Kansas. We've seen it. I can list statement. Prime example was the Department of Revenue's implementation of driver's license system. The bandwidth wasn't tested before the system went live, created major issues. So I would ask, are you one of those vendors that does the overall program management, or how do you see that working in Arkansas, basically? Did they keep that in-house or did they bid that out?
So right now, Arkansas does have an RFP that they're taking in submissions. Before that, with the modernization that we've assisted them so far, we provided that type of a program management. As they brought in other vendors, then Arkansas is doing more of that on their own. So right now, they are providing their own program management.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is probably more for Peter in the future. I really like the modernization, the module process. We took that approach when we put out our RFP for the audit here with this council. And I would like at some point for the department to maybe address which modules that you have that you would like. I know that's getting the cart a little bit above the horse, but it would demonstrate that maybe we don't throw out the whole system, that maybe we can find a solution to fit this puzzle together, the best solution for the state of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can kind of speak to it briefly, but I'll also want to talk to our staff just to make sure that I'm kind of capturing all of the input. There are certainly items that we could quickly identify as the highest priority in terms of impact to paying claims in a timely fashion, impact to properly, working with employers on taxes, things of that nature. So if we had to create a priority list, I think we could put one together pretty quickly, and I think my team's already got a really good idea of what would have the highest level of impact. In terms of, if we wanted to take a modular approach and only do parts of the system or retain different sets of the system, I'd have to speak to our folks a little bit more deeply. My biggest concern, and it's not a knock on mainframe systems per se, but the particular mainframe we work on today is nearly 50 years of entangled COBOL code that I think would be hard to salvage even with newer modules. And I think getting that core processing element, what we refer to as the mainframe today, would probably be one of the biggest priorities, but certainly something I'll take back to our staff to gather some input on.
Okay, thank you. We have Senator Pittman next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rosa, for being here. Appreciate it, especially at the short notice. You did a nice job of the advocating for the different approaches of modern software implementation for sure. And I got to tell you right off the bat, I really like the driver's license scanning capability. I thought that was a nice add for, I think it was Arkansas is the one state that implemented that. And I like the fact that you did a lot of the automation, the workflow piece for bringing people on. We obviously saw staff training and staff workflows was probably one of our bigger challenges in terms of ramping people up inside of the flex capacity we needed. So I did appreciate that about the system that you presented here. I will go back and I'll echo the Secretary's comments. When we talk about modular approaches and we start talking about the APIs, the programming interfaces that he referenced to get standardized data, like a claimant information, what he's indicating, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rosa, that when you have a module, you call an API to get a piece of information like a claimant record, and your expectation is that API is going to deliver you that piece of standardized code, standardized information, but you would expect the state of Kansas to then have the interface or the middleware developed so that you can make that call, right? Am I making an assumption there?
We do not expect that the state would have those modules. We expect that becomes part of our modular deployment, that there's always this layer that starts to be built and added to as new modules are deployed.
So does that mean you would consider making a middleware layer that does the standardized data, the master data management that would actually call into our mainframe? Is that kind of what you would think of as the initial approach?
Yes, that's exactly it. That's exactly the service that we provide all of the states that we work with, that we do create that middleware to gather the information from the system of record to be able to update the system of record appropriately, and then we build modules that utilize that layer.
And have you guys actually done that middleware for a mainframe that's kind of 50 years old like ours, full of COBOL and such?
We have the state of Arkansas and others have very old systems. DC as well has a really old system that's based on Guy. So we do, that's part of the expertise that we have. Our mainframe developers are good at building that type of extracts, and then we build the middleware that you described. So yes.
Does it become a customized middleware platform for the state of Kansas?
The portion that extracts the data directly from the legacy system and imports it back into the legacy system, yes, that's very customized to the system itself. Where the middle layers begins to be developed, that stays generic. Those modules will be utilized in other states as necessary, will be utilized by other modules within that state. But the actual inputs and outputs, the actual extracts and loading to the benefit system, that's custom code.
And so I guess what you're saying is, and I'm not knocking the approach, I'm just trying to get clarity. It seems as though as you build out this custom piece that then makes it into a common layer, basically the pieces that go out and get the information is the custom bit, and you're standardizing it into these kind of objects, if you will, that are in the middle that you're going to make calls to. You're going to build up that, and then over time, would the expectation be that you take over the processing that's being done in the underlying master data management, or basically the legacy system, eventually rolling off of the mainframe?
That's exactly right. Over time, the modules will become the system of record. The APIs still are utilized because there's always going to be a particular module or functionality somewhere that has that master claimant information. So the custom portion that we developed, that goes away, but the API remains a part of the production solution, and then it's retooled to point to where the new system of record data is. And as you described, that happens as the modernization progresses and the legacy system is sunset.
And what's the time frame? Like you had Arkansas as the one state that's basically inside of your cloud deployment, the one state that's taken on most of the different modules that you went over today. What's their timeline for getting rid of that legacy system?
Yeah, so each of the modules that we deploy, it's anywhere within a month to 3 months for a deployment of a module. And depending on how fast the state would like to move, the teams could ramp up to do those types of deployment concurrently. To date, we haven't replaced an entire benefit system on point ourselves. We haven't replaced the entire benefit. So I couldn't say from actual metrics. But the expectation is that it's somewhere, and again, this is from projections of ours based off of other deployments. It's somewhere in the 3-year, 4-year range, right? It's more than what typically states are hoping for. But that's the time frame we feel that vendors would be able to serve the states well in that 3 to 4 year time frame to replace the entire benefit system.
And do those APIs that you're making calls from, let's say you have a singular module that goes out, we build that custom code that modifies somehow the underlying legacy system in the mainframe. Does it actually write information back into that legacy system as we make changes?
It does. It does. It's an important aspect because the system of record has to always know what changes the module requires. What we do in order to allow the states to manage their impact is like any systems that they have within the legacy system today. Even once we deploy the module, those existing systems still work. So say for instance, I described the Resolve application that does automated adjudication. When we go live with Resolve in a particular state, they'll do all of their adjudication within that system, but the legacy system, whatever it has, continues to work, and it's important because that's the system record as of date. So to be able to always communicate what's occurred is a critical aspect to make sure our modules always have the latest information and make sure the latest information always posted back. So that's an important aspect of the project.
Sure. So we might still be doing claims in the legacy system for a number of years, but then if we're doing the adjudicate, we would then click over into the other system to start doing that and that process and automate some of that, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And by ensuring that we've always kept the legacy system up to date, then all of the other disparate systems that the legacy system performs at that point will continue to function as they do today. But you're right, as a state decides to use the Resolve in order to adjudicate an issue, yep, they would come off the mainframe, log on to the Resolve application, and be able to perform adjudication there.
Right. And you said you don't have there was one piece you said you didn't necessarily have. It was something about I don't know, not the workflow. As you work through what we use the CRM for, account management and those types of things. What was that?
Sorry, I'm trying to anticipate. So is in the space of adjudication?
No, you said, so we use a CRM right now to track how many times we've contacted the particular claimant and these types of things. And I know you do a lot of automation. Do you have a contact kind of, history inside of the solution?
That's very good. So each of the systems that we perform case management for, and I put quotes
Case
around it.
management. Thank you. That's the word I was using.
Okay, very good. So yeah, each of our systems that perform a level of case management, and we use that case management term as a generic term for just managing activities of work. So different modules will have their own case management system. Adjudication will have one, and collections of overpayments will have one as well. And what we've done to date is we've allowed the state to manage that work within the case management system, and then other case management systems can pull the details as needed. So say, for instance, if a notice is sent out to a claimant, they will be able to see inside the adjudication system that the claimant received the notice. They'll be able to click on it and see the document. But then we're also posting that information back to the legacy system so that their other case management systems can utilize that information.
So another case management, if I'm having phone calls and things like that, or for example, the legislators' emails and things like that, that would be tracked in a separate case management system?
It would. It sounds redundant, but it's because the information needs to be available where the staff is working at that particular moment. So say, for instance, the claimant information is all their contact information. And if a claimant calls in and wants support submitting a continued claim, the agency rep will log on to our claimant portal and be able to walk the claimant through and answer questions. And then right there, they need to be able to see documentations and interactions with that claimant. So it's going to pull the information and make it accessible as they need it in their flow. So it's not a case management system on itself, but it supports case management activities particular to that function. If that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
Just curious, we've asked the other vendors, I mean, where do you do your development? Is it all onshore or is it offshore? And then also, where do you keep your data in the cloud?
Yes, our data is in the cloud. We utilize AWS Gov Cloud. And then all the development that for our platform, and that's the term we use when it's like the generic solutions that we develop, there's both onshore and offshore team members that do that development. But as soon as we engage with the state, that's 100% onshore, right? We never have offshore resources that touch any code or data for any particular state. And so the development as well is also all done in AWS.
Got it. And then just on the RFP questions, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chair. Hopefully this is helpful for the committee.
All very good questions. Keep
All
going,
right,
please.
sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize at all. When I appreciate that I'm also in the software industry, so I appreciate when we see a RFP that appears to be targeted towards our competition and be a slam dunk. We often choose not to participate. And I kind of got the feeling that was what your first point was when we said we were targeting only certain vendors. I really wish if you had a different approach and you felt like it was viable, and maybe it's going to happen now, maybe it's not, but you bring in a different approach that's not necessarily fitting into the exact confines of the RFP, but understanding that Kansas isn't necessarily on the cutting edge of software development approaches nor acquisition approaches. I wish you would have, obviously put your hat into the mix here. But I will say that it does appear that your approach doesn't necessarily completely, is it fair to say you wouldn't necessarily do you wouldn't match all the complete requirements of the RFP as stated right now, right? And
That is correct.
it's not a knock, it's just your approach is you've got components, you've got a methodology that didn't fit into this. Can somebody
Yeah,
mute that?
this is Bob Yokovanis. This is Bob Yokovanis speaking. I make a comment. If you look at the Colorado RFP, some of the language is unique because it says, in effect, we don't think any one vendor has the best solution for every aspect of the functionality that we need. So bid what you have, and we, the state agency, will go through and determine what works best for us.
Got it. And you felt like that would have been more inclusive of an approach like yours, right?
Absolutely.
Yep, understand that. Was the price, did you happen to look at the price ranges or the costs that we were looking at versus what you might have been able to supply, and those aren't public? Okay, never mind. The last thing I'd
We
say,
don't even know what our prices are, sir.
I know, we have a little bit of an idea about how much we've budgeted. When we talk about the configuration of the approach was too tight of a timeline, and I see that, you're going, I wouldn't call it agile, but you're going modular. And I think it's Bud. Can somebody turn their mic to mute?
Yeah, Bob, can you be sure to mute your mic, please?
Okay, thanks. The state always has had a more of a waterfall approach, and we know that they can be cumbersome. I would kind of push back a little bit in saying that it's always bad and that you can't flex. The whole idea of waterfall is that a series of steps that, much like agile, you kind of learn from the last step and re-architect. One of the benefits is that we're architecting up front where we're going. And I think that would probably be beneficial inside of when you come in and do the process analysis that you guys do. You probably try and architect a roadmap, right? So
Yeah,
there's probably similarities but here we'd be doing a lot more of across the board modular interplay. And one could even see your solution being well architected because we'd find the holes and gaps that you might have in terms of the footprint early on, and then be able to fit that in, say, on the second, third, or fourth step of that waterfall approach. So, I appreciate that it seems, but when we do the budgeting here for the project, sometimes we have to think about all the costs up front because we're going to allocate it for, just because of the way state government works, and not really want to go back to the table for another $5 to $10 million necessarily in 2 years because we've discovered we need more components. So you can appreciate that. Senator Tyson was entirely correct. There are better approaches, and sometimes they're more efficient, so I appreciate that too. But it's the realities of the way we budget sometimes that if we don't change the approach across the board, sometimes it might not be convenient for us. Anyway, thanks for the presentation. Appreciate your approach. I will say it gives me a little bit of pause that your cloud services aren't as, aren't deployed across as many states as maybe I thought. I do appreciate, though, you definitely have experience here, expertise, especially on the legacy side. And I thought your presentation of the different considerations was good. So thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us. Appreciate the time and the ability to share this.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Pedro, this has been very informative. I wanted to ask you, circle back to a couple of the comments that have been made already about the Colorado system. Is this an RFP that you're participating in, or have you actually won the project and you're participating in it now?
It's an RFP. The proposals have all been sent, and so they're in an evaluation stage, but it has not been awarded yet.
Okay, and I know you probably can't go into a lot of detail. It's interesting to me, the Colorado system is less than 2 years old, and they're already looking at modernizing components of it. I know you don't, maybe you can't get into a lot of details. I'm just curious, what portions of the system are they wanting to modify, improve, however you want to put it? What part of the system are they looking at?
Sure, it was all in the area of integrity, adjudication, and case management is the exact terms that they mentioned. So that's something that we're seeing kind of typical, rolling out these large benefit systems, being able to take in a claim and pay the claims is where a lot of the R&D effort goes into. It's the area of integrity and handling overpayments that usually gets less attention, at least in the initial deployment. And so for Colorado to now need to boost in that area could be something that they saw early on and just chose to prioritize it in that fashion. But right now, it's a wide range of modules they're looking for in the integrity, adjudication, and case management space.
Okay, so okay, I'm gonna make sure I understand. So they're 2 years in, not even 2 years in, they did the whole Big Bang approach. Is that my recollection of their system?
Yes, that's my recollection as well.
Okay, and they were a completely different vendor as who handled this, correct?
As opposed to us, correct.
Yeah. And so you have faith that your modules, I assume that you're planning on taking your modules and tacking on to whatever they already have in place to improve, improvise, however you want to put it. Is that my understanding of this?
That's exactly right. And
you feel that your modules will be able to, play nice with whatever they already have in place, or how, excuse my lack of IT knowledge. I'm not as knowledgeable in this area as some of my colleagues, but I just want to make sure that you're confident that you can tack on stuff and it's going to work with other people's systems.
Yes, we're very confident. That's been 100% of our business over the 64 implementations that we've done so far, is that each of our modules has to work well with the system of record benefit system. So the only difference in this instance is obviously it's a modern environment, so we expect there to be APIs and a relational database to utilize, which is to our advantage. But we use our expertise in understanding the states as to what information is critical to be in that benefit system. We actually were a customer or a client. Colorado was a client of OnPoint's for, maybe 10 years or so. So we even, to take it further, we know their business very well and expect that we can pull off exactly what you described.
All right, so I want to circle back to the Kansas legacy system. You are saying that you can take the legacy system that's currently in place and you can then attach your modules to this legacy system and not abandon the entire system, is what I'm understanding. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. That's exactly been our approach for 2 decades. So that one slide where I showed all of where we're deployed, each of those modules integrate with the legacy system, and the legacy system's functionality do not change.
Yeah. So in your experience of doing this, sounds like this is your whole model of business. Since you're not abandoning everything that is already in place, have you found this to be a more cost-efficient, less cost efficient? What, as far as cost is implementing this new type of system, what did, kind of elaborate on that?
Sure. So, as far as cost, what one advantage is that updating the system of record with information important so they can continue to use all of their current systems as they do today, it eliminates the cost of having to turn anything off in the legacy system. Right? It eliminates that. And so that's one cost. The other cost is that, there's always that system that some of the state reps might continue to utilize in certain instances if it was beneficial to do so. So you don't have a cost of retooling everyone at once. You can retool certain power users and then other users continue to work the system. But off the top of my head, those are the two cost savings I can find. Outside of that, the development and deployment of the module is just that. It's the cost associated with that I don't think changes.
Okay. And so going back to the module system again, one of the concerns I have, again, I'm going to show some of my ignorance about this IT approach, is you could conceivably get into a situation where if this is not managed correctly, you suddenly end up in a worse situation than you already have. You're using a legacy system, but you don't implement the modules correctly, and then you have to add another module on top of a module. Kind of explain how you're going to prevent that from, internal inertia from, or just bad decision-making from turning this from a bad situation to an even worse situation.
Sure, that's very good. And yeah, absolutely. If the design or a code bug, right, exists within the module, it could propagate itself into the legacy system. I don't, again, I don't see that as being an additional risk than going with the Big Bang, right? Because even when a vendor deploys a Big Bang approach, they really still try and segment the functionality, and they work with these different layers, right? As I described. So even when the Big Bang approach, they have that risk. Any one particular user interface can modify the data erroneously, and it could cause challenges in other areas of the system. So that risk does exist. I don't think it's exacerbated with this module. I think it's there.
All right. Thank you. I have another question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pedro, I thought of another question while you were speaking earlier. You kind of mentioned the work you've been doing with DC, and I could be mixing this up with another state, but I believe they just completed their RFP process and awarded to one of the more off-the-shelf traditional vendors. So I was wondering, are your modules that you're doing with them now going to be part of their modernized solution with that other vendor? Is that kind of how you see the path forward, or is that still to be determined?
That's still to be determined. Because we have deployed those integrity modules that I mentioned. So we expect that if they're tight on time or resources, that they're going to focus on paying benefits, and then those integrity modules continue to be utilized. But it's not formal yet. It's still to be determined.
Gotcha. And then, Mr. Chairman, just kind of a comment building on what Mr. Oswald was discussing. I certainly see how this modular approach could be very beneficial to some states, like Colorado was mentioned, as a remodernization of sorts or updating certain modules. One thing that I think this council should be aware of is that a lot of the issues we face today do come down to the core processing system, the mainframe. A good example of this, and one that might kind of help illustrate it, is with the PUA system itself. That's a modern module that we built to attach to the mainframe to pay the PUA program. When we have technology-related issues in that program, at least from what I observe, rarely are the issues, especially the more challenging ones, with the PUA-specific module. It's more with that communication and how it's interacting with the mainframe to process payments. So just something I'd kind of want the council to be aware of is when I go in and work claims each day, and members of our staff do, a lot of times the most challenging issues we have are items that need to be resolved within the mainframe that, require COBOL programmers to do so. So just something that I wanted to kind of raise for the council's awareness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so Pedro, to kind of piggyback on that, I think the goal is to get off of the legacy system, and that's kind of what I heard you say earlier, but it's unclear to me now. But it seemed like your process would eventually wean us off of the legacy system, but would continually update the legacy system in the case that we wanted and that we needed to still use it. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Is to be able to augment the benefit system today so that it can provide functionality that the agency badly needs today. And that over time, the continued augmenting turns out to replace the legacy system.
Okay, so some of these other vendors that we have spoken with, they talk about the data integration and just migrating the data from the system into their system. The difference would be your modular approach would in fact do that. However, it would continually update the legacy system so that the information would also be there.
That's exactly right. And as far as the data conversion piece, it happens on a module by module basis as opposed to the Big Bang as well. So we'll convert the data into the modules. It'll update the legacy system so that the legacy system continues to function as it needs to function. And then as new modules come aboard, again, that data conversion happens over time. That's the objective.
Okay. Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of one additional comment to add that might be helpful for members of the council. For all the discussions we've had about the current technology, the mainframe system is largely very good at paying regular unemployment, 16 to 26 weeks, running through the adjudications process, processing appeals. So certainly adding modernized modules to that system is an option. Where we started to see the most problems, and I think this is evident because we didn't see this level of discussion about unemployment technology until the pandemic hit, was when we were asked to go from administering one program on that system to 6 or 7. What one of my principal goals is going to be is to make sure that whenever the next economic downturn occurs, whether that be 2, 5, or 10 years, we have a core processing system that is able to add on those new programs, those extensions, the PUC, FPUC, PUA that we saw this time around. So I just wanted to clarify that, yes, with the current technology, advanced modules would probably help our staff significantly in processing claims and just doing things more efficiently. But before that next event, we really need to make sure we have a core system that's better at being adaptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hayes.
Pedro, thank you again for joining us on short notice. Definitely appreciate the conversation and the presentation this morning. Just a couple of quick questions. Looking on your website and looking at your presentation, do you have any focus or modules that you've deployed dealing with reemployment services, solutions, et cetera, the workforce job certification, weekly job certifications, tying that into like the America Job Centers, the Kansas Workforce Centers, et cetera?
Very good. The claimant portal that I demonstrated, it has the capability to integrate with those services so that if there's information regarding the applications the claimant has already performed or job search has already performed, it's available within the initial claim or the continued claim. And so it allows that verification to have occurred. So that's inside of the claimant portal application.
Thank you for that. As far as you can follow different news stories through the media. Different states have reported various aspects of their fraud impact. How have these states that deployed your fraud solutions, how did they fare from your perspective compared to maybe other states that have not done so well?
Yeah, very good. So the states that utilize our automated adjudication system that I spent quite a bit of time discussing, the legacy versions of it work in an area called benefit payment control, and that's for continued claims. And I had some metrics that I can include in the deck that I provide, but it shows that they've automated anywhere from 400 to 500% of those claims that didn't require adjudicator to work on them. And then as well in the areas of collections, some particular states it's collecting hundreds of millions of dollars actively without having agency reps to work with them. So in those particular areas, the states have fared well. But again, since these modules are pinpointed in certain functions within the state, I couldn't quote for the entire benefit system operations, but in the area of adjudication and collections, our customers fared pretty well.
Thank you. Last question kind of deals with the waterfall or the monolithic approach to modernization. Obviously, OnPoint has been around for a number of years. It sounds like OnPoint has taken the modular approach over the last couple of decades, much more nimble, much more flexibility offered. With that approach, is there a significant price advantage in how you partner with states when you respond to an RFP and the deployment over the course of that 3 to 4 year time? Is it, from a budgeting standpoint, is it a big bang approach that way if we identify the components that we do want, or is it a pay as you go, and is it more price attractive for states to go this way?
Yeah, as it stands today, we price the modules independently, and then as a state defines which modules could be of benefit, then we would share those efficiencies, right? Efficiencies of deploying each module. Every module that we're deploying concurrently allows us to obviously reutilize subject matter expertise and such. So we adjust the pricing then. Today, we have the states invest in subscription, and this is just an annual flat fee. And it just depends on which module they deploy and the services that we have to provide along with that module. But now we're looking to be creative, right? Because we're trying to find models that work well for state workforce agencies. So, per transaction basis is some of the conversations we're having, aligning to the allocations from the Department of Labor on a percentage wise is something that might be helpful to states. And also, how they report on the RGMs to ensure that they're compensated appropriately on a year-by-year basis from the work that these systems do is what we're trying to help with. So we're definitely open. I can't say we nailed it yet. We're definitely open to help align the costs with the state's income and how to be able to allow them to flex and do that.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate your time this morning.
Sure.
Okay, Pedro, I had a couple of questions. Mr. Hayes kind of touched on the workforce development. We put in statute this year the My Reemployment Plan, which requires individuals to upload resumes and allows companies to look at these resumes and kind of do a job search and a talent search from the company side, as well as offering training to update people. We'll help them with their resume. We'll also give them training. When Mr. Hayes asked about the workforce development, I just wanted to make sure that you understood that that's kind of what this council is looking for. Is that something that your modules do now, or is that something you'd have to work on?
Yeah, let me make sure I'm clear. So our modules are geared to utilize all of the information that you described because it's important part of the claims process and that they do that activity. But the actual modules that perform all of what you mentioned, that provides resumes and allow them to apply for jobs, that is not part of one of the modules we have today. What we have is the ability to utilize that information so that way we ensure the state, when a claim comes in, all of that activity was performed.
So our current software for the Department of Commerce that does this, you would be able to pull all that information into a claimant so that when a claimant called in with an issue, we could look at all of it on one page, or is that something that we would have to switch between systems?
That's exactly right. You would see it all in one page. It would be ensured that those requirements are met, and then now the state can pay the claim without having that issue to have to adjudicate that issue. That's exactly right, what you described.
Okay, and we talked earlier about the modular rollout versus the big bang. This council we think that's the better way to go. I mean, I'm speaking for the council, but I'm speaking from many meetings worth of experience here. We were thinking that we would roll out benefits first, then workforce development and tax and appeals. What is your suggestion on a modular rollout, or do you leave that up to the state?
We leave it up to the state. There's 3 different flavors of rollouts that we usually discuss with the states, and it's usually one of them that they align to. The first is if they require or they're looking for modern interfaces for their claimants and their employers and their agency staff. just because, you know, the claimant portal and employer portals are important to gather robust information. Without robust information, it's difficult for the state to perform their activities, and it requires a lot of manual outreach. So that's one roadmap, rolling out the claimant portal, the employer portal, and then adjudication portals. If the benefit system was already doing well in those areas, another roadmap could be the integrity piece that I described. So if they're experiencing large backlogs of issues, they're worried that deserving claimants are caught up in this list of claims, we'll roll out the adjudication piece, the automated adjudication, automated collection piece, and help them weed through that backlog initially. The third one is that we hear is just, especially pre-pandemic, before more funds were available, states needed to get off the mainframe. They were just looming costs from the mainframe. And so what we do in that regard is we'll help the state assess what are the costly components of their mainframe processing and tackle those first and help them sunset that processing and lessen the amount that they're paying. I would say, Mr. Chairman, outside of those three, yeah, it's really those three where we see states landing, either modernizing their interfaces and beefing up their integrity, or having to get off the mainframe.
Okay, and then moving on to the fraud protections and the scanning IDs. That is one of the big issues that we had, was a lot of people got caught up in the fraud issues, and their files were flagged as fraud, and there were thousands of people that were trying to reverse that, and quite frankly still are. I talked to several of them this weekend. So your solution of scanning the ID, can you tell me, first of all, what percentage of people don't have an ID to scan? And once an ID is scanned, what is the timeline of getting that fraud flag removed, saying, okay, you are who you are, let's pay the dang claim? So can you answer those two questions?
Yeah, sure. I'll answer the latter one, and then I'll lean on my colleague Tom to help with the former. So that what you're touching on is exactly the value of that ID scanning solution. Initially, when the market started to utilize these types of solution, we thought we were going to find more fraud, right? What it is, it's a tool used to serve claimants well. So once a claimant is able to scan their ID and verify their identity, as far as our module is concerned, it happens instantaneously. So within seconds, it's going to cross matches against the DMV, and it's going to return a response to the agency rep, whether this person passed or failed their verification, right? The claimant would never see the agency rep. So that happens within a matter of seconds in real time. Now, being able to clear payment for that claim would depend if there's other issues. If that happens to be the only issue, then states that we've integrated with so far, they run in a batch process. So we clear that issue, and then they're able to process the payment within their regular cycle the very next day. So that really serves valid claimants well to be able to quickly resolve that one issue and then move on in the claim. As far as percentage wise, I know that initially Arkansas had a backlog of suspicious claims that they were worried there were claimants tied into. So they were scanning that, and we have some metrics as to what that population of responses were. Tom, do you have any of those numbers off the top of your head, or percentages? Tom, are you there?
You're on mute. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to turn off mute. We could provide those percentages after the fact. I don't have them in front of me right now. And the one thing to mention there is that percentages are going to vary from state to state. What type of deterrence do you have up front? What other types of identity proofing is done as part of the initial claim filing process or any special program filing process? One of the big attacks that we saw this year, especially during the pandemic, was specific around PU8 type claims and doing the identity proofing up front. And that's one of the areas that we concentrated as far as our application. So you would see higher percentages based on the program type versus and also what types of challenges that you have up front as far as identity proofing. But we could provide, when we provide the slide deck, we could also provide statistics associated with the information that we captured from previous engagements.
Okay, thanks. And then next on your automated resolve appeal process, that's, you touched on another hot point there. We've got a lot of people that are in the appeal process. Several of them don't even have a date yet for their appeal hearing. And can you kind of walk us through your approach to the automated and what percentage get resolved through going through the automation versus having to actually have a date set for a hearing?
Sure. So in the adjudication space, the heavy lift for the appeals and the adjudication is the outreach to claimants, the outreach to employers, and gathering robust information. Without an automated fashion to gather robust information, that's what requires the phone calls. So I mentioned a survey tool that we utilize. We call it intelligent fact finding. And what we've done is the ETA, Department of Labor, has listed in their 301 handbook all of the issues that we have to detect. And so we have a question tree for each of those particular issues. And just as you experience with a survey, it's going to ask a question, and based on your response, it asks the next appropriate question. And we've done extensive work to make the responses quantitative. It's not fill in the blank, just tell me your life story, right? You have to pick and choose. And what it's able to do is get to a quantitative way to determine whether this person should receive benefits or not. And then we have the set of question trees for the claimant, and we have a comparable set of trees for the employers, right? A lot of times we have to match what's claimant's employers use. And so by asking the same questions of the employer, we can match those responses. That's a heavy, heavy lift for the agency reps right now. Without that type of robust question automated process, they're making phone calls. And now they're having to make these phone calls and get a hold of the claimants and the employers. It's up to the capability of the adjudicator or the appeals rep to ask quality questions, right? So a lot of states have scripts. I expect Kansas has scripts that they're following. But again, it's up to that person to perform and capture the information appropriately. By systemizing it, we've been able to automate quite a bit. So I mentioned that our legacy system is where I have the most metrics. We perform this type of adjudication and benefit payment control. That's for continued claims. And the states, most states are somewhere in the 4 to 5x the number of automatically adjudicated cases versus manually adjudicated cases.
Okay, thanks for that. Katie Givens, I think you have a question.
This is going back to the question about the Workforce American Job Centers integration. And so what is your system's capability to stream data? Does that happen weekly? Is it in real time? Can you tell us a little bit about how the data goes back and forth?
From the claimant portal, we take in the claims, so it's purely a claims intake for initial claims and continued claims. That information we have in our modular database real time, and then the protocol or how frequent is communicated back to the benefit system depends on the benefit system capability. So like in DC, there's a batch process when they take in claims and actually process it. So we just tie it right into that batch process, and they'll have it overnight. But modern environments that allow real-time integration will provide that real-time as well. So it's totally dependent on the system of records capabilities. Sure. Welcome.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not yet willing to make a qualified statement that I really think that the modernization approach is absolutely better than the waterfall approach right now, just so you know. But I appreciate that comment that we have discussed the benefits of it over the others. One of the things that's negative on it is that it would have a 4-year timeline before, let's just use some of the estimates out there, before we actually got rid of that mainframe system, where we had inside of the initial mindset, I think, that we wanted to get this thing out the door in like 12 to, it was in the RFP, 12 to 18 months. So that anytime we have a time compression, it's going to push us in certain directions. And that the full Big Bang approach was something I think a lot of folks wanted to rip and replace this whole thing out of here because we're so tired of the old stuff, right? And maybe some of the considerations of an architected solution that looks at an API middleware that then takes away the mainframe over time. It wasn't necessarily considered, so I'd give the benefit of the doubt there. So that's all. Just want to make that comment before we make a unqualified recommendation there, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that. Okay, so you're right. As we started this process, we all were, okay, we got to get rid of this thing and we've got to replace it. And that was kind of a knee-jerk reaction to the whole deal. And we put in statute, actually, that this thing needed to be done by 2022. But there were some on the Commerce Committee that pointed out that that could be an issue with this whole process and it would rule a lot of companies out. And so we also put in the statute that the LCC could extend that date past that so that we wouldn't run up against that. Unfortunately, that didn't make its way into the RFP because the RFP was put out at the same time we were in, we can rehash that all we want, but the RFP was sent out while this bill was being considered and voted on. So that didn't make it into the RFP, and that therefore ruled several companies out because they realized that really couldn't be done as a big bang deal in 1 year. And that was, I think that over time, now that we've had so many meetings and received so much information on this council, I think that we've all learned a lot about this process. And I think if we had to do it all over again, it would be done a little better. Mr. Hayes.
I would just maybe like to add to the conversation too. I don't know that one makes absolute perfect sense, but I do know there's a lot of data out there that supports that the waterfall methodology can be problematic. And I even go back to the comments with Colorado, who just went into a big bang approach, or different states that have updated their system. 2 years later, they're looking for additional modular solutions to be nimble and reactive to the current pressures of the market. And there's a lot to be said about designing as you go. You architect it as you go. I think there is some value with that rather than trying to define the full components on the very front end. There's in an article that I'd read, or a research paper, talks about likening this to a family planning a month-long vacation and outlining every dinner stop, everything along the way for 30 days. And that's just problematic because different things come up throughout that period of time that you definitely have to react and be flexible as you go. So thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Pedro, thanks so much for spending time today, and hopefully we'll be able to have you back one day.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks for having us. Great day, everyone.
Okay, Council, that was a great discussion so far today. The next presenter isn't due until 11, and so we will recess until 11 o'clock. Okay, council, we'll go ahead and start. A couple of cleaning items or housekeeping items. Payment vouchers, get them to me so I can sign them. And lunch will be provided today by the Bankers Association, and that should be here 11:30 or so. And you just feel free to go out and grab your sandwich and come back in and listen to the presentation. And I believe it's going to be Panera today, so make sure if you see the people from the Bankers Association to thank them for lunch today. With that, we'll go ahead and get back on our agenda. And I believe we have Scott Mom from Deloitte online and Selena Bussey. Scott, are you there?
I am. Hi, morning,
Great.
everybody. Actually, Mr. Chair, Christina Dorfhuber is joining me today, not Selena. I think
Okay.
she's still trying to get into the WebEx session. If someone could help her with that, that would be
Okay, we'll work on that.
great. Oh, I see her.
Okay, good.
I got here finally, sorry.
It's quite all right. So, well, welcome to the council, and we're just going to turn it over to you to start your presentation. If you have a slide deck that you're going to go through, and you haven't emailed it to Eddie, would you please make sure that he gets a copy of it so that he can circulate that?
I will be glad to do that. Maybe just check to see if you are seeing my presentation yet.
Yes,
Fantastic.
we are seeing it.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Really honored and pleased to have a chance to meet with you today. My name is Scott Malm. I'm a Deloitte partner out of our Minneapolis office, and I lead our national labor and workforce development market offering, which in Deloitte is anything, it means that I lead any efforts that are associated with unemployment insurance, any of the recent pandemic benefits programs, workers' compensation, the traditional workforce WIOA programs, disability, and then paid family medical leave nationally. Christina, do you want to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Sorry, I was trying to find the mute and unmute on this platform. So Christina Dorfhuber, I lead our West subsector for our state, local, and higher education practice, and Kansas happens to fall within that subsector. And in that capacity, I am responsible for our market activities as well as our solution and quality assurance components. And I also happen to lead as the LCSP specifically for Kansas, which means that I'm the lead client service partner for items that we choose to pursue, and as we're doing a review of those items that come across from us from RFPs, RFIs, or otherwise.
Great. Thanks, Christina. I thought maybe what we do today, I propose an agenda here that I'd like to just briefly go over that I hope will be useful to the committee. So first of all, we thought we'd maybe do just a brief overview of Deloitte, give you a sense of our scale and the type of work we do for supporting state governments nationally. We'd talk a little bit about our labor market offering that I lead and some of the types of work that we do. But then get into a discussion of the solution that we offer specifically in the unemployment insurance space, given that this is the topic for the council to consider. And then we thought we would leave you with a little bit of a discussion and hopefully turn it into an open Q&A on sort of a vendor's point of view with respect to how we look at UI modernization opportunities and just business opportunities in general as we consider clients that we seek to partner with. And we thought that might be helpful to give you a little bit of an insight into how we look at these types of opportunities. And then just hopefully, Christine and I are here at your disposal. We're glad to answer any questions that you might have or engage in any discussion about sort of our approach to the market, our solution offerings and what we have to offer our clients. So, Mr. Chair, I hope that that is consistent with what we had briefly talked about before.
Yes, that's exactly what we're looking for, I think, for today. If we need a more in-depth product overview, we'll certainly have you back for that. And typically, we'll let you go through your entire presentation and then ask questions at the end.
That sounds great. Thanks so much. I'll hop right into it. So Christina, maybe you could start off with just a little introduction to Deloitte.
Yeah, absolutely. For those that may not be familiar with our firm, we are an organization that operates globally with over 280,000 practitioners, and we operate in over 150 countries. Deloitte Consulting is the branch that typically is providing the majority of the services within UI that Scott will be sharing with you here shortly. We have over 30,000 consulting practitioners. 94,000 of those are here within the United States. And we have a number of offices across the United States within consulting specifically. There's 120 offices in 100 cities. And most of the work that we focus on just broadly across all of consulting, not just specific to government, falls within what we call either core business operations, customer and marketing, enterprise operations, which typically is around like enterprise resource management services, ERP systems, finance, human capital, which includes our actuarial services, our organizational transformation activities, our opportunities where we're doing the workforce of the future type of activities, mergers and acquisition, and strategy and analytics, which is kind of your traditional business consulting strategy components. And a lot of it is recently and not surprisingly been focusing on what we would call digital. Within our government and public services, we've been spending a majority of the last 50 years of our time serving several of our state as well as our local and higher education clients. We have over 12,000 practitioners, 350 that are specifically within the labor and workforce areas. And we work across, it varies on a day-to-day basis, either 44 to 47 states at any given time with active contracts and clients that we're serving in those areas. And you can see the table. I don't need to kind of go over that. That just shows at a very high level, a broad distribution and summary of our presence within the number of states that we're in, specifically in services that we provide on a fairly significant basis. If we can go to the next slide, Scott, I'll do a slightly deeper dive in terms of our Deloitte's government and public sector practice. We have a very large practice that is specific to state, local, and higher education. We do quite a bit of work as well in the federal government. Scott will speak a bit to the benefits of working within the federal government and having a large practice in that area and how it relates to our unemployment and tax capabilities as well. We also very much focus on senior level, executive level relationships and working with both legislative as well as executive branch officials on kind of the critical and most mission-driven areas of need, and work in partnership frequently very early on in the process in order to understand what those needs are and begin to frame and think about solutions that we are happy to compete for in the market, but wanting to make sure that, proactively we are helping inform critical business decisions around some of those mission-driven areas. With the number of practitioners that we have, and I would say that the practitioners that we have are very, very committed to public sector and very committed to the government, and as such are assigned specifically to. And while we will frequently draw and partner with our commercial consulting partners and staff, we find that having dedicated staff within state, local, and higher education, and specifically within state government, means that our clients are getting the best services possible in the specific areas, because you're getting individuals who really recognize and understand not only state government, but the specific policy and programmatic areas in which they're working. So with that, I'm going to flip it over to Scott to share a bit more in terms of a deeper dive on our labor modernization capabilities.
Thanks, Christina. Maybe, this is slide, I think, conveys a couple different things. First of all, is sort of the breadth of the work that we've done in the labor and workforce development space across the country. So about 26 states that we've done work in, really, that span the full range from east to west. The areas that we do work in are listed down below. Most notably unemployment insurance, both benefits and tax systems, and I'll dive into that a little bit greater in depth. But also, as I mentioned, paid family medical leave is an area that's emerging in some states as a priority. We've done a lot of work in the last 18 months or so related to the various pandemic programs and some of the challenges posed by the pandemic, and I'll dive into that a little bit deeper as well. Call center operations is an area of tremendous growth for us as well, that was triggered in large part due to the pandemic needs in UI agencies. And then we've done work in workforce development, helping out with WIOA programs, building systems to support both labor exchange and workforce case management functions. And then in the workers' compensation space, we've done work for the state agencies that regulate workers' compensation, as is the case in most states, as well as some of the former state funds that maybe have been privatized either partially or in full, and are now offering insurance benefits as well. So we've done work for really across the wide gamut and range of different types of programs as well as clients there. If you ask me to sort of boil down our philosophy in terms of what it is that we emphasize the most in this space and the things that we take quite a bit of pride in, I would say, first of all, integration of business processes. So we were among the first, if not the first, firm to actually develop and deploy an integrated UI tax and benefit system where employers are able to, for example, manage all their obligations, both with respect to their premiums paying obligations, but also with respect to the activities that they perform in responding to claimant fact-finding and managing their benefit charges. And then we also, have done a lot of work as well-known system integrators to knit together these various programs. So, doing integration on the front end of the workforce services piece of this, job search registration, resume building, that type of thing, knitting together those systems on the front end with UI systems on the back end as well is work that we take great pride in. As Christina mentioned earlier, we do lean together as a firm to identify leading practices, and we're not shy about taking those types of leading practices from our commercial side either, particularly as we see innovations occurring in customer self-service, in how work is managed electronically in the back office, in ways that we can streamline worker processes. All those are practices that we will share with our commercial brethren and borrow from our commercial practice brethren as well. So we look to bring leading practices regardless of private or public sector origin back into our work here for our labor clients. Unified self-service is foremost and paramount to us. So, much of the efficiencies that we've been able to drive for clients, and I'll get to that, some specific results on that recently have really been driven by our ability to put functions out on the web to allow both claimants and employers to self-service their account, to do so in a way that provides them all the information they need to interact with the program without having to pick up the phone and make that call to labor agency staff, where they can sometimes be subject to long backlogs in terms of the calls and that type of thing. So we try and provide as much online capability as possible to smooth that out. And then lastly, we put a great deal of emphasis on innovation space as well. And so, at some point, I'm glad to go through some of the lists of innovative things that we've brought to the market. But one example most recently is the use of artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, that type of thing, in terms of how we approach the problem of fraud, which is, as you all know, is enormous these days, particularly recently in the last year and a half with the pandemic. So, those four sort of hallmark objectives, I think, have colored our work in this space, and those are things that we take a great deal of pride in. A little bit about our work in the last 18 months or so, and I have to say, this has been one of the most rewarding as well as challenging and intense periods of my career. In the last 18 months, we have supported a number of different states, as you can see colored in the map there, across a very, very wide range of different client needs. The results of that, have been pretty extraordinary. If you look at the left side of the chart here, you can see, Deloitte Systems have issued over $200 billion in benefits in the last 18 months or so. We've served, more than 6 million unemployed workers and their families, putting, very badly needed benefits in their hands. We have prevented, if you look at the measures that we've taken and the potential for fraud, but if you look at the measures of the claims that we've stopped due to some of the fraud prevention efforts that we've done, we've prevented over $100 billion in fraud from going out as well. What's interesting is if you read the headlines, you certainly read a lot about estimates of fraud that have been verified and confirmed, and there's no doubt that the nation has experienced quite a blow from foreign actors, from organized crime with respect to benefits paid. What's also not talked about is how much has actually been stopped, and I've never seen in my career a more profound attack on our unemployment insurance system than I've seen in the last 18 months, but also some pretty extraordinary measures at stopping a lot of that fraud as well. So we're glad to have played a role in that. We implemented, as you all know, we've seen a number of different changes coming down from the federal government over the last 18 months, all of which, of course, had to be done yesterday. And we've implemented those changes with great speed for the clients that we have. We've applied, as I said earlier, analytics, machine learning, some commercial identity proofing techniques to help blunt those fraud attacks. We work with partners as diverse as Experian, ID.me, LexisNexis to implement commercial identity proofing solutions on the front end that actually help verify people are who they say they are before they're able to get in and start receiving payments. And we've evolved those techniques in response to the ever-changing threats that these foreign and organized criminal actors face to the system. What we've done in the way of services to these different states, in the last 18 months has had quite a bit of a variety. So obviously we've, both modified our existing clients' claim systems to support the new pandemic benefits. We've also stood up brand new PUA systems as well in Colorado, Illinois, and Ohio. Did so in a matter of about 4 weeks or so from contract execution. A feat which, if you'd have talked to me 2 years ago, I never would have guessed that any of us would be able to do that quickly. But with clients' cooperation, we were able to move mountains and do some pretty extraordinary things to get benefits in the hands of American families. I've already talked about some of the fraud analytics work we've done. We also sent out what I'll call strike teams out to existing clients where systems were buckling under the load, particularly back in May of 2020. June of 2020, where we were able to get in and quickly make improvements in technical capabilities and get those systems back on track and taking claims. We've done UI call centers where we brought in supplemental staff. A good example of that is in New York, where we actually were able to take call center agents that were going to be furloughed from one of our clients, the Marriott Corporation, and quickly train them and deploy them to help supplement New York's UI call center as well. We've done that in a number of states over the last 18 months. So it's been great to play a role in those types of services as well. And then as state agencies, UI agencies have started to look at some of the lessons learned over the last 18 months, we've also been able to be brought in to look at sort of organizational improvements. Are there ways that labor agencies ought to be structured to be more responsive to situations like the pandemic? And we've been able to bring in some of our strategy and operations folks to help make some improvements in that space. So I'll go ahead and dive into a little bit now, our solution overview and give you a sense of our offering in this space. So our history of our solution goes back quite a while. We've started building out our UFAC solution, which stands for Unemployment Framework for Automated Claims and Tax Services. Kind of a mouthful, so you can understand the acronym. But we started building that solution out way back in about 2001, and we've implemented a number of different clients, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But to give you a little sense of what UFAX does, is it really is a replacement for all of the enterprise technology that that agencies would use to support UI tax or premiums, UI benefits or claims, as well as appeals and all the ancillary reporting functions as well. So on the chart in front of you, you can see some of the features of UFAX. If you look across the top, I think I'd call out a couple things here. One is that, I talked earlier about the importance to us of customer self-service. We've built out, we've used sort of modern human-centered design principles to build out portals that support the variety of different stakeholders that interact with the UI system. So that would include not only claimants and employers, but also, for example, third-party administrators, where they're actually filing wage reports and responding to fact-finding, for example, on behalf of employers. And so we've built a security model that helps employers manage the rights to their account. They're able to provide rights to multiple different third-party administrators to help administer their account. All of those relationships between those players in the UI ecosystem are managed by UFAX in terms of security authorizations, that type of thing. The functionality that you see listed below is comprehensive, so we really cover the gamut from employer self-service, claimant self-service, employer staff services, claimant staff services, as well as additional services, all within the UFAX application. I think you'd find if you went through the requirements listing of a typical UI agency that we would match up, with our functionality would match up with all those different requirements areas. There's really nothing that UFAX can't address in terms of the needs of a UI agency to administer its program. I think what's kind of unique about our approach, in my opinion, is that we offer really the equivalent of sort of a COTS type of solution, or what some of us refer to as MOTS, modifiable off-the-shelf solution, with a fully paid up perpetual license to use our solution. So we don't charge an ongoing license fee to our clients. We bring this solution, all of its attendant documentation, supporting materials, that type of thing, and we turn that over to clients at the beginning of the engagement, and that is theirs at that point and free to use. What I think makes us unique too is that we are not closed and proprietary in that way. We really do make the entire solution, all of its assets available to our clients for them to use as they see fit. And what's important there is that I believe that approach puts our clients in the driver's seat with respect to the evolution of their system, who they choose to work on it, and not the vendor. So I think that's kind of a broad, overview of the solution. It's all based on web technologies. We're running the system in the cloud now to gain the benefits of vertical and horizontal scalability as loads increase, particularly that we saw in the last 18 months. Putting these systems on the cloud allows us to very quickly scale up the solution to match any performance requirements that volume might present to us. A little bit about our design philosophies. I spoke a little bit earlier about our approach to providing a full open solution. I think that is really, really important, that it puts the client in charge of their destiny and not the vendor. We've worked in states where we have provided maintenance operations services, for example, for some time, and then the state has taken over maintenance and operations for the system. Minnesota is a great example of that. They've brought us in later to do some do some enhancements to the system, and then we've gone away as well. So we really do strongly believe that the state does need to be the arbiter of its future with respect to maintenance and operations, and that the contractual relationship and solution relationship should support that and not be locked down. I talked a little bit already about self-service. I view it as self-service on steroids. There's really nothing that an employer or claimant can't do to manage their account through the self-service capabilities that we put out there. We also have built a system with what is known in the industry as responsive web design, which means instead of building a separate app that you might have to download and maintain from an app store like Apple or Google, we actually build the web application itself to adapt to different devices. So think about being able to pull up UFAX on your iPhone. It's automatically going to adjust to the right resolution to make it functional. If you wanted to jump over to a tablet, it's going to be able to do that as well. If you wanted to jump to a desktop, it obviously can do that as well. So it's adaptive in that way. And I'll show you a screenshot in a little bit of what that actually looks like. If the last 18 months have taught us nothing, it's been that solutions need to be flexible enough to be able to be responsive to new programs that maybe none of us ever even imagined. And UFAX has proven its ability to do that as well. So, we've actually engineered it in a way that there are templates that allow us to spin up new programs that come down. Now, we never thought we'd see the variety of new programs that we saw with the pandemic, with PUA and some of the recipients now, the self-employed, that have been able to get that. But that functionality, those templates have really helped us in the last 18 months to be able to spin up those new solutions very quickly. And as federal extensions get added on, we can very quickly configure and deploy those federal extensions. So that's a kind of a key part of our solution as well. Event-driven workflows are really, really fundamental, particularly as it relates to the adjudication functionality within the system. So when I talk about event-driven workflows, that means that there's an electronic workflow engine that is embedded within UFAX that when certain staff activities need to occur, a review of a submitted document, for example, or a decision to be made on an issue, or fact-finding to be reviewed, those workflows actually help organize the flow of work through the system. Gone are the days when you had to have paper files piling up on claims, staff workers, and those files had to be passed around within the office. All of that's been eliminated in favor of an event-driven workflow engine that allows supervisors to see where the work is at the system, what queues that work is in, what staff are being assigned to those queues, and to be able to track the completion of that work as it moves through the system. So that's really, really important to the functioning of the system, particularly with respect to adjudication, where those of you who are close to the UI program would probably agree with me that really is where the heart of the work of UI claims occurs, is that very expensive staff time that it takes to look at claimant and employer fact finding and to make a decision on an eligibility issue for a claim. Cloud capabilities, we started out with UFAX, before cloud really became known in the industry as a premise-based solution. One of the nice parts about using a standardized architecture like .NET is that we're able to move that onto a variety of different cloud infrastructures. We deployed UFAX on Azure, on Amazon Web Services. There's really not a cloud infrastructure that we can't deploy UFAX on and benefit from the scalability of cloud and what it has to offer enterprises today. AI-driven fraud detection capabilities. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, but we have a very extensive analytics practice that is bringing commercial fraud identification and prevention practices now to the work that we do in the public sector. They've been heavily engaged in a number of different clients, both clients where they're running our UFAX solution, but also clients where, like in the case of Michigan, where they're running other vendors' UI solutions as well, and we've been brought in to help supplement those fraud detection and prevention capabilities as well. And then built-in security features, we continue to monitor the evolution of security practices in the industry, which are evolving. It almost seems daily, and incorporating some of the leading practices around security and being able to secure accounts, such as multi-factor authentication. So all those design philosophies are sort of, part and parcel of what we've done in UFAX and what we bring to our clients. This gives you a little sense of what the application looks like. And I talked earlier about responsive web design. This illustrates how the same application can basically be refactored depending on the device that is accessing it to be able to organize itself and to be usable. And so that gives you a little sense of the capabilities of the human-centered design approach that we take to the application. The screen that you see under, you can see on the left, we have a variety of different menu items. And what's kind of interesting about this is that our approach is that we build a portal that's adaptable to the user. So if you are a staff worker, you would see a lot more menu choices on the left than if you were a claimant or an employer coming in, for example. So depending on the user type that is accessing the system, that menu on the left automatically restructures itself to give only those functions that are should be accessible to that user type at that time. So what that also allows us to do is it makes it easier for us to create a common set of pages that we deploy flexibly depending on the security role that you have. It makes maintenance easier longer term as well, because you're only maintaining a single page and it is accessed by whatever user has rights to that particular type of functionality. A little bit about our solution history and some of the innovations we've done. So as I mentioned earlier, our legacy with the system dates back to the early 2000s, where we took work that we had been doing in client server technologies for labor agencies and put that into a brand new solution based on the web technologies that we're talking about today. Our first initial implementation was in Minnesota, where we were really the first integrated UI tax and claims system implemented in the country. That system was based on Java technology at the time. Over the years, we've migrated to a Microsoft .NET technology based on what we see of client preferences out in the market. Minnesota to this day is still running their Java based version and are continuing to enhance and innovate using that platform as well. But over the years, we've made a number of different enhancements. We've added additional capabilities like the responsive web that I talked about earlier. We've added integration with workforce programs. We have added paid family medical leave capabilities. We've added things like conference calling and text messaging capabilities to a product called Twilio. We've moved to the cloud in terms of the deployment of the application, and most recently added chatbot and some of the cognitive or AI-driven capabilities that I talked about earlier. And so, I think the picture that I'm painting here is that this is an investment in a solution or product that we continue to evolve over the years. We're not staying static. I push our staff to continue to look for commercial leading practices and to adapt those to serve our clients. We've implemented the solution in a number of different states that you see listed below. Not only in unemployment insurance, but also in paid family medical leave out in Washington. I'd highlight a few where we've used both. We've implemented for both UI tax and benefits in an integrated fashion that would include Minnesota, New Mexico, and Massachusetts. In Florida, we implemented for benefits. There was a tax implementation using the SAP technology that Deloitte also did. And most recently, rolling out PUA benefits in Colorado, Christina's home state, as well as Illinois and Ohio back in May. And interestingly about Colorado, we were within a few months of implementing all of benefits there when the pandemic hit. We had to quickly pivot, implement it just for pandemic benefits for a few months. And then they asked us to quickly pivot back when we completed the UI benefits implementation in December of 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic as well. So great record on that team's part in terms of being flexible and responding to client needs. This is probably my favorite slide of all the solution slides that I will show you, and it's my favorite because it speaks to me to what the end goal of all of these modernization projects should be, which is business results. A lot of attention sometimes gets paid to the technology and what type of technology you're using or what the features are. But at the end of the day, the only reason we do these unemployment modernization projects is to get the kind of business results that you see illustrated on the slide here. And these are a select sample of results that we've been able to obtain for our clients. I particularly call your attention to the 300% increase in adjudication capacity for processing issues, and the 400% improvement in percentage of first level appeals decided within 30 days. And to me, that really speaks to, I talked about earlier, the electronic workflow, the ability to sort of move work through the system more efficiently than was the case before, removing the paper files, allowing folks to really bring their expertise, the staff workers to bring their expertise in moving work through the system. I think that stat really speaks to the ability of the solution to do that. Our clients have seen some very big improvements in terms of the national USDOL rankings, in terms of things like adjudication timeliness, adjudication quality. You can see that illustrated in the lower right. Payment timeliness of 15%, increase of 15% percentage points in payment timeliness. Increases of in the national rankings from 38 up to 10 in terms of their efficiency of payment timeliness. And then at the top, 4 weeks average reduction in benefits paid due to targeted work search audits. So the ability to go in and start doing audits for work search, has really also made a big impact in terms of the amount of benefits going out the door as well, and helped enforce some of the work search provisions. So hopefully this gives you a little bit of a sense of some of the results we've been able to obtain. As I said, this is to me the most important slide of the deck in terms of documenting what we've been able to do for our clients. All right, I think that's kind of a broad overview of the UI solution. Mr. Chair, I'm glad to come back at some point if there's more interest in seeing more of the solution. I'm glad to do that. But I thought what we pivot to next is maybe a little bit of a discussion around how we look at UI modernization opportunities and opportunities in general that avail themselves to us in the market, and some of the considerations that we as vendors, as potential partners, look at to make decisions on whether or not we're going to pursue an opportunity or not. And Christine, I want to maybe kind of work us into this discussion.
Absolutely. So as Scott mentioned, with each of the accounts in the West, as well as just throughout the entire state, local, and higher education ecosystem in which we serve our clients, when we are looking at RFPs or RFIs or other opportunities that come across our desk, or that we have in conversation, there are a number of factors that are taken into consideration in terms of doing business. I will note that of the 50 states, you notice that I didn't say we were doing business in 50 states, and that there were a handful of states where we do not do business. Kansas currently is a state where we have not had an active contract in several years, and there are a few factors that that contribute, I believe, to that, and it's not for lack of trying in a couple of instances as well, because there is certainly nothing that is stopping us from wanting to serve the state of Kansas, other than some barriers that come into the procurement discussion as we are looking at negotiating terms and conditions. But there's some other areas as well. So, Scott, maybe I will first have you share some of the more specifics on the UI modernization front, because there's some definite areas on that when you're looking, and then I can talk a little bit more broadly.
Yeah, I would just maybe emphasize the first bullet here. We do a lot of different work, as Christina said earlier, in a number of different areas of state government. And while I might be biased, having been the leader of many of these efforts, I would maybe posit that UI modernization is complex. It's frankly risky from the standpoint of vendors that are doing this work. There have been a number of high-profile projects that have not completed in the last many years. And it's one where when we look at an opportunity, we really do evaluate it very, very carefully for that reason, the complexity, the nature of the risk that's going on, and frankly, responding to these opportunities is also very time-consuming and expensive. So, and I, you know, my staff, I'm careful to ask of them that they, you know, not have to contribute to efforts that are not also, we don't stand a decent chance of being fruitful in terms of the results. So, you know, I'm very careful with respect to the types of opportunities that we actually pursue. You know, I would say that you know, we are very careful to look at the requirements within an RFP to make sure that they appear to be balanced and open to a variety of vendors. You know, certainly, you know, there are certain requirements that states need to have in place, and you know, things like experience having done these types of implementations is very, very important. But you know, we do a careful read to make sure that it does appear that you know the playing field is level with respect to the state's approach to evaluation of various vendors. You know, we consider the client's pre-RFP activities as well. So often, you know, I'm asked internally when I come to make a recommendation on whether or not we're going to bid, and you know, I have to be answerable to my fellow partners as well for the time and expense that it takes to put a bid in. I'm often asked, well, you know, have you engaged with the client prior to an RFP being issued? And that's a really important aspect to us, is that you know, has the client reached out to the vendor community, engaged with them, brought them in, looked at solutions that are available, that type of thing, before formal procurement you know, activities begin. When rightfully so, you know, a lot of that dialogue needs to be locked down, right? Once an RFP is issued, or in some states, you know, when you get close to issue an RFP, you know, kind of the cone of silence comes down, and that needs to be in the case. It needs to be the case for purposes of procurement integrity. But you know, prior to that, you know, it's very, very important in our bid decision whether or not we've had an opportunity to interact with clients and begin to understand what their priorities are, and to see, you know, their expectations as well with respect to an opportunity. So ironically, while you may be evaluating our proposal, we're also evaluating you, frankly, as a client prior to the issuance of the RFP. So that's a lot of work that we do as well. You know, we also don't bid on projects where we don't have the confidence that we can deliver this on time, within clients' expectations, with a high degree of quality, and within the budget as well. And I'll walk away, quite frankly, from opportunities where I feel those things don't line up, either in terms of client expectations or available budget, that type of thing. And I've done it several times because you know, there are vendors in the marketplace that are aggressive. They'll lean into opportunities like that, even where they may not be well supported by reality, and they'll hope to do change orders on the back end, that type of thing. That is not the approach that I take in running my business, and I won't do it. So that's another thing that we have to be, you know, quite careful about as well. So we thought maybe it might be useful to just run through kind of a checklist, frankly. And this isn't comprehensive. It's not a formal checklist that Christine and I go through, but I think it conveys a little bit of the sense of the types of questions that we ask ourselves when we look at a potential client, we look at a potential opportunity. So I'll walk through a few of these. I talked earlier about, you know, has a client reached out and engaged with the vendor community? And you know, the best way that I think clients can do that is by, you know, first of all, reaching out ahead of time and letting you know, the folks that are in this, the vendors that are in this this industry, know that something's coming, that they're interested in a response. You know, there are actually, you know, probably a handful of actually really credible solution providers in this space. If you think about it, I could probably count them on one hand, you know, maybe a few fingers on the second. But you know, I think it's really important that as states consider moving into this UI modernization space, they do reach out to folks, and we all know each other. If you go to a NASWA conference, you know, we all have booths there. You know, we're well known to different states in terms of who leads these market offerings among different companies, and so, you know, I would always encourage states to reach out ahead of time, begin a dialogue with the vendor community, you know, early on at conferences or separately. You know, issue an RFI where you can start to get some comment from the vendor community on, you know, what you're contemplating doing, what your goals and objectives are, and you can start to survey what some of the available solutions are that are out there and the degree to which they're being used by other states. So I think that's really important for me as a leader of this business to when I consider an opportunity to see whether or not, you know, potential partners actually done that or not. You know, the other thing is, you know, when I look at RFPs that come out, I also look for whether or not they, you know, they're valuing the type of UI experience and business knowledge in terms of the you know, the folks that the way that they're defining the RFP. And I've seen some where that is undervalued, and I think particularly in this space, some experience having implemented these and gone through the you know, the challenges and the complexity of these types of projects is really important. You know, you really can't understand the challenges around these projects if you haven't gone through it before, because I do think they are unique in state government. You know, we look for evidence that you know, potential client has gone through a process of discernment among their stakeholders as well. You know, has there been a advisory board? Has there been a steering committee established? Has there been a project charter established that sets out in business terms what the goals and objectives of this project are in a relatable way, and that there's sort of commitment, you know, from the governor's office down to realizing those objectives. So you know, we look to that as well, that it's not just an RFP that's been thrown together suddenly and put out on the marketplace, but there's actually been some thought behind this, and that there's some support around it as well. When we get the actual RFP, you know, we're looking to, you know, are requirements well articulated and thoughtful as well? Is there evidence that the client has actually gone through a careful discernment process with respect to requirements? You know, and you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be, you know, 3,000 requirements, all of which that are responded to, but that the client at least has gone through and really given a thoughtful attention to the breadth of functionality that they're looking for, what's important to them, that type of thing, that they articulated those requirements in a way that are achievable, because really they do become the yardstick by which we measure our ability to, you know, to complete the contract and fulfill the obligations of our contract. So having those requirements be well articulated and thoughtful is very important. I mentioned earlier about the RFP being written to be open to multiple vendors and solutions. That's very important. Obviously, we will pass on RFPs that appear to be slanted in one direction or another. You know, does a client demonstrate an understanding of their responsibilities? So, you know, not all clients understand the journey that they're undertaking as well as that they're asking the vendor to do for them as well. We can't generally deliver these projects by ourselves, right? We just can't. You know, we have to work hand in hand with a client to find requirements, to refine requirements, to get confirmation of our design approach, to help us with things like training, with converting your data. There is a substantial commitment on the part of clients to do the work as well. And so, you know, we're looking for evidence when we consider a client as, you know, have they identified a project sponsor? Have they made a full-time commitment to a project manager? Do they have a team of business folks, and hopefully they're best business folks that they're willing to pull off from frontline duties to assist us in developing the best solution that's compliant with that state's law and rules, and make that commitment. You know, do they have a team of technical folks that know their data, that are willing to work with our technical folks to make sure that all that historical data is converted properly and works well within the new solution? And that is one of the highest risk areas, frankly, of a UI modernization project is data conversion, to make sure that that old data, which can often be inconsistent over the years, it can sometimes have errors in it because legacy systems didn't have the type of edit checks that we have in modern systems today. You know, we really need clients to help us in doing our work as well. And then things like training and communications as well become so critical, because you can put up the best solution in the world, but without well-trained staff, and ones that have been communicated too clearly, that can undermine the best solution that you may put up as well. So that's a very important part of what we look for as well is a client making the commitment to doing their share of that work as well. Is there a favorable history of a client accomplishing project work? I mean, there are certainly agencies out in the UI space that are, have a great track record of accomplishing projects, setting goals, accomplishing projects. There are those too that don't have a great track record, that for one reason or another are really challenged with completing projects effectively. And so, we're also looking at that agency's history with respect to project work as well. And that goes into our consideration of a bid decision or not. The next one is, does a client understand that risk must be appropriately shared, right, between the client as well as a vendor? There are certainly RFPs that are written in a way when we look at them, we say, this is a client that just appears to understand they want to try and export all their risk, for both the program and the project onto the vendor. In situations like that, we can't be successful because there has to be risk shared on this. We have to recognize that the UI program is still responsible for running its business. We're responsible for delivering systems that support that business, and there needs to be a partnership with respect to the weighing of risks between those two parties in an appropriate way, right? And then lastly, I'll close with, is a client open to negotiations? Like Christina talked about this earlier. Is there an indication in the RFP at least that we can, raise exceptions to state standard contracts and terms and conditions, have an opportunity to dialogue about those things. In many cases, it's just a matter of getting clarification on what certain words mean or what's its intent. Their intent are. In other cases, it can be a little bit bigger negotiating point. But what we're looking for is an openness on the part of the state to engage in that dialogue. Would you add anything there, Stan?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I think you've articulated it really well. I will say that last point is probably one of the very first things that we look at when we see an RFP come across our desk. And in some cases, it is also an indicator for us in terms of the activities and investment that we will take in building some of those relationships and having some of those pre-conversations, as Scott mentioned. Traditionally, Kansas has had terms and conditions that are of the non-negotiable on terms that are very, very critical for our particular line of business, and ones that are not ones that we can just generally accept. And so we've had a couple of instances where we have found some of the terms that have been presented in our conversations and outreach, ones that have opened up that door. We unfortunately, when we pursued that, we're not the recipients of those contracts. But like I mentioned, we are open and definitely want to consider and continue to have that opportunity to have those conversations and work in Kansas at the state level, should those opportunities arise, and we can address several of these points that are the ones that Scott just shared with you.
So, Mr. Chair, I hope, and committee, I hope that's a little bit helpful, accounting of some of the types of questions that we look at when we consider a bid. I think at this time, that's really the prepared materials that we had for the committee, but glad to, engage in a dialogue or answer any questions that the committee may have of us.
Okay, thanks for that. Really appreciate it. And thanks for listening when I asked about the RFP process and what you look for. That I would say that segment is something that we'll be able to look back at in several of our departments. Would be able to look at that segment to kind of get an idea of how to form an RFP in the future, and how to work with many vendors and get as many bids as possible. And so with that, I'll open to the committee for questions. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question. The non-negotiables that you mentioned that the state has in the RFP process, I take it those aren't unique to you, or would you say that those are an obstacle to others in the industry?
I can take that one, Scott. They are absolutely obstacles to others. In fact, I just recently became aware of an effort that was coming out of the state where other competitors that may have been selected ahead of us to provide services were declining as a consequence of some of those terms.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator. I do think that a firm the scale and size of Deloitte, we certainly are not going to put the entire firm at risk for something like an unlimited liability, right? There
or
are
broad indemnification.
Yeah, broad indemnification. There are firms in the industry that are smaller, that quite frankly may be willing to sort of fold and reconstitute themselves, where that would be less of a barrier. And we've seen some firms, maybe not in this space because these projects are that big, but we've seen some smaller firms sometimes, accept conditions like that with a full realization that they, maybe if they get into trouble, they'd have to reconstitute. We're certainly at Deloitte, we're not going to do that, right? Given the scale that we're at and Christina and I's responsibilities to our fellow partners.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Scott, just a clarifying question for the purpose of this council. Those provisions and the indemnification clauses you mentioned, that's not something that's specific to the RFP this council's been discussing for unemployment insurance modernization. That's with all state RFPs that go through our state procurement process. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's
not
correct.
The majority of the ones that come across my desk, I should say, because there have been a couple of instances, and it is definitely in the significant minority, where there may have been an expressed openness and not immediate disqualification if we didn't accept upon putting in a proposal.
Thank you for the clarification there. One other question, I don't think I fully captured it. I heard Minnesota, but what were the other states in which you've done a full UI system, both benefits and tax?
Yeah, in Massachusetts and then New Mexico as well. Yeah, and then in Florida, we did a benefit system there, but there was a separate project under the Department of Revenue that was using a technology called SAP, that where the UI tax became one of the tax types that's administered by the Department of Revenue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else from the committee, council? Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Malm, for being here. I thought it was very informative, and I appreciate your vast experience with projects like this and a massive scale and the wisdom you bring to the table here. You mentioned that there's probably 5, maybe 7 real vendors out there that can do this. I assume, Deloitte being one of them with the URISC or UFAC system. That's something to take into account as we look at this, that it is a big thing that you're asking, or we're asking of you, and I understand the kind of reservations. Those are really well articulated when you look at a new prospect like this. So that was very informative. I was going to ask, it seems like the origination of the system was like pre-2004, it looked like. Based on, what was it, North Dakota and some of those other states, that was codified in .NET and said in 2007, and then it was a series of new clients in 2013, and then it seemed like there was a big gap up until 2020 when it was like PUA almost exclusively in those few months there. Is there any reason why it just kind of tailed off in terms of new states? Was it about just focusing in on those one states that you were already in?
Yeah, it's interesting. We went. Those of you who are familiar with funding cycles for unemployment insurance certainly understand that, you're often cash rich during times of greatest crisis, right? When workload measures are increased. During non-recessionary times, budgets often get tight, and so we actually saw quite a reduction in the number of RFPs that were issued during that time. Some we did pass on for some of the reasons that I cited before. I'm in all candor, not a strong advocate, or I should say, I'm aware of the risks attendant with some of the consortium projects that have been issued in the past. There have been a number of high-profile failures of those consortium projects to deliver the benefits that they promised. We saw some of those issued in the interim that I elected to pass on. I did not compete for them because I didn't feel like, a single approach to multiple state requirements was one that offered the kind of risk profile that was likely to be successful for that client or for us. So, by and large, it was a measure of kind of what was happening in the marketplace at the time. What is interesting right now is we're seeing a lot of RFPs suddenly issued, which of course is both a result of the financial conditions that UI agencies may find themselves in right now with some enhanced funding from the feds, as well as probably just the demand, in the case of from the public and many state legislators that this modernization journey gets going in many states because of what they've experienced in the pandemic. So there are kind of natural dips, and I would say upticks in terms of the frequency of RFPs being issued, and that's reflected in some of what you saw there.
Okay. One of the things I really appreciate about what you brought is kind of a risk-based evaluation of our project, if you will. Even though, it's cursory, it's about how you approach the RFP, but it kind of tells, the underlying risk of what we're actually looking at on this venture, right? The UI modernization you quote is most complex, high-risk projects out there from a state government point of view. Time-consuming, expensive. So when we look at, say, vendors who might not have the expertise of working with as many state governments on many different, it sounds like you're kind of issuing a cautionary tale when we look at some vendors who might be willing to jump in and do a lot of customization, that they might not really understand the risks of what they're getting to. I think that's kind of implied. That's kind of the other part of what you're saying, right?
It is, yeah. It is an area where it doesn't treat newcomers to the market very kindly often. While sometimes new solutions can look attractive, new vendors may come in with a price that looks very attractive. The reality is that to complete these projects requires a significant dedicated effort. If you do a survey of the successful UI modernization projects in the country, you can get a pretty good sense of what these cost. So there's not a lot of shortcuts to that. So I would just be, I think cautionary tale is probably the right type of language there.
And you feel like if we find a vendor who's like half the cost of anybody else, that there's something that we should that should be a yellow flag for us?
I'd be very skeptical.
Okay.
I'd be very skeptical.
Appreciate that. One other kind of question. We had quite a bit of a chat about different approaches. We originally had maybe a 12 to 18-month timeline on a complete modernization with quite an extensive set of functionalities that we were requesting, kind of a rip and replace out of our current 4 decades old mainframe system. And then, obviously there's another type of approach which extends that out and goes at a slower pace that does a little bit of looking around as we implement piece by piece with kind of a development middle layer to kind of codify the master data from the underlying system and then kind of move away from that over time as we approach. From your, if you think about UFACTS or implementing other solutions even beyond UFACTS, is there you have any thoughts on either of those implementation methodologies?
Yeah, I certainly do, and it's one that we spend a lot of time discussing amongst ourselves, right? And I've seen both approaches taken. I think if I can kind of break it down, I think the advantages of in your words, more of a rip and replace approach where getting it done are that you get to a completed system a lot quicker, right? You get to those business results that you're seeking much quicker than in the case of sort of extending that out. You also avoid a lot of the complexities associated with integration and back bridging back to legacy systems. which can be, pretty significant. And so, I'm cautious. I think there are a number of advantages to sort of focusing and getting the project done. There are conversely, a more measured approach also allows, can be appropriate in cases where, the the business may have reasons for not wanting to tackle quite so much functionality at one time. Maybe it has a priority for a certain set of functions that it needs to get done, but you also got to recognize that those interfaces and bridges are going to have to be paid attention to, and I also get a little bit concerned with projects simply taking so long to complete that they start to get buried under their own weight, and for lack of a better term, sort of stall out, and never sort of completing the full spectrum of modernization that you seek. So, I think there's a balancing act there. I mean, I've often seen clients too where there's tremendous benefit to doing a short-term, quick hit implementation, particularly in cases where, maybe they don't have a good track record of project success, but they want to establish a tempo and a rhythm and an ability to prove their ability to execute. And I've done that with clients before. That can be a very sort of galvanizing and energizing approach to sort of set yourself up for the bigger work of the rest of the modernization. So I'm probably not giving you a perfect, black or white answer to this, but those are some of the considerations that I think about when I think about sort of implementation approach. Christina, would you add anything to that I might have missed?
Yeah, the one thing that I would add, and to Scott's point, because I can think, Scott, of a number of states that are in my region and just, nationally where we've done some of those kind of quick win, then longer, and, really thinking of the roadmap. And it reinforces the conversation we had about having conversations with the client in advance of the procurement. Not only with us, but others. I mean, we don't shy from competition, and we welcome it and embrace it, because it, makes sure that you're getting the right vendor in terms of a business partner. But also it keeps us, honest through that process. What it also does, though, in those conversations is help frame some of the thinking around the implementation and understanding where and what type of some of those quick wins might be the most appropriate to think about and embrace as a starting point.
Now, were you guys involved with any other of the vendors? I don't think you were when it came to being an implementation partner, right? If you were coming here, it would be the UFAX plus your implementation services. If you had decided to enter into this RFP process.
That's correct. Yeah, we have kind of a total solution and a services offering that we've not sort of partnered with other solution vendors.
Thank you. Just one last thing. What would you say about this idea of building out a middleware arena? I mean, is that something that you would take on lightly? I mean, what they're talking about is basically interfacing into a legacy system on an ongoing basis and understanding how everything impacts that. Do you think that's feasible in your mind, or is there too much risk for you if you guys were going to approach it like that?
I'll tell you my opinion is it can be done. I think where I get concerned about is that you end up with the complexity of the middleware layer, but also often in response to changes like the pandemic changes that we've seen, you still have to end up making changes to the legacy systems in order to accomplish new programs, that type of thing. So you don't gain that flexibility of a more modern architecture with respect to making the core fundamental rule changes that govern the payment process, for example, on benefits. So, by all means, I'm a strong supporter of middleware where integration needs are complex. It's the right way to go as opposed to doing sort of point-to-point interfaces. But my concern is that unless there's a strong commitment to sort of completing the project and getting through the modernization of what often people refer to as the back office functions, the rules that govern payment, the issuance of payments, that type of thing, you run the risk of sort of stalling out. So again, not a black and white answer here, but that's just part of my consideration to answering that question would be to thinking that through.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One last question just on organizational stuff. You mentioned the project charter. When a state goes forward with an advisory board or project charter team, in this space, who might be the members that you'd be looking to have on that kind of advisory board?
Yeah, I mean, I have seen states, have advisory boards, composed of representatives, obviously from the employer and TPA community, but also some claimants representation as well. Folks that represent claimant populations in terms of their dealings with the department. And I think bringing those stakeholders together under the same tent early on is a good thing, to begin to get alignment around what the goals and objectives are, because then decisions can be more properly justified later when those types of parameters are set up and understood at the beginning. You may not have complete agreement on it, but if you can get consensus around it, this group of sometimes competing stakeholders around, what are we trying to do, both for employers, TPAs, as well as for claimants, that helps some of the decisions down the line be better justified and supported, and you can reference back to what some of those discussions were in terms of the decisions that the department will have to make as it considers modernization.
Thanks so much.
So to be clear, no legislators.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
I think, as you all know, generally it's run on the executive branch, but I think having, we emphasize the importance all along in the projects we do of communicating with legislative oversight bodies too, because without their support, often these projects in the wake of implementation, you're often getting calls from constituents, right? And it's very, very important, I think, that agencies communicate clearly to all of you, why we're doing the project, that there may be bumps along the way. And there's no project, no UI modernization project has ever gone live that hasn't had a few bumps along the way, whether it's due to converted data or people's lack of understanding about the rules of the program or any of those factors. And it's important that as legislators, you're communicated clearly with and have an understanding of why the agency is going through this.
Katie, Ms. Givens, did you have a question? I saw your hand up a little bit ago. Oh, it's still up. I think you're on mute. We can barely hear you. A little bit. We'll be real quiet.
Great. I just had a quick question about the Workforce America's Job Center integration in the platforms that you offer. You spoke of both labor exchange and then the WIOA Title I programs. When you talk about labor exchange, is that the full job board function that you offer, or is it just case management?
Yes, Katie, it's so, and the example that I'll cite is in Pennsylvania, where we built both the labor exchange function as well as the case management function, and that system has been up and implemented for a number of years. We continue to work with the client to make enhancements to that. In another case, in Kentucky, for example, we built the case management capabilities. It's a product called Key Suites, or what they call their solution. And they integrate with another labor exchange function. I think it was offered by Burning Glass, if I'm not mistaken. I also think, just maybe editorially, I think there's great potential for looking to commercial labor exchange offerings. Call it LinkedIn, Monster, some of these to offer that kind of functionality as opposed to the state trying to build it itself. And I haven't seen the state fully. Well, there've been a couple that have embraced it, but I think states really should probably consider whether or not they want to be trying to replicate that type of labor exchange functionality that is so widely deployed right now and continues to innovate in really good ways, or take advantage of it. So I would just encourage you to, as you think about labor exchange, to be thinking about that option as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions for you. You said that the product offering that you have is ongoing paid-up license fee. There's got to be more to it than that. So can you kind of explain to me, I mean, eventually you'll be servicing clients for free if you wrote all 50 states. And so there's got to be more to it to that. Is there like a certain period where you apply like certain changes and tweaks and new programs that come down from the federal, or is that all going to be piecemealed out in addition to the paid-up license fee? How does that work? Can you walk us through that?
Great question, Mr. Chair. So what we do when we say there's a fully paid up perpetual license to use the solution, that is the case. We don't charge an annual licensing fee of the software. Now, what our clients may elect to do with us is to have a maintenance and operations and enhancement team that is dedicated to that client, and for that, of course, we charge, right? And we've done that in a number of different states. But what we don't charge for the software, so we will charge for the enhancements or the maintenance and operations. But the philosophy that we have is that what that does then is it allows the state to determine whether it continues to want to work with Deloitte to support their system or not. And I think that's a good thing from the perspective of encouraging competition again, making sure that we're serving our clients effectively, continuing to bring that kind of innovation. There are some vendors out in the marketplace where, there's been no one but that vendor that's ever supported their system, right? And the solution is proprietary, so there's parts of it that the state can't get in and modify. As long as they're going to use that software, they have to be paying an annual licensing fee to the vendor for that. That's not our approach. So we have basically said our solution and all of its attendant documentation is going to be just part of the asset that we bring to the project. It is yours in perpetuity at that point. And then you have a choice as to whether or not you work with Deloitte to maintain and enhance that system. And our hope is that you do, but you may not. And certainly there's a period of time after implementation, during warranty, where we have to be engaged, of course, because if there's any defects that emerge, we need to fix those things under our warranty obligations. It's easier, of course, for us to help maintain that system for some period of time. But at some point, I believe our approach gives states the ability to then make a decision, right? Whether or not it wants to continue with Deloitte or perhaps bring in some other party to maintain it, or mix it, right? Or it's a combination of state resources as well as our resources that help maintain that system. And that's another thing, is that I think it's really important. I still believe it's important that the state has technical resources that understand the system, are able to support it at some level, that deployed system, so that you have knowledge of what's underneath the covers there, and are able to articulate that to the business. I think in cases where the state loses sort of understanding of what's happening within the system, the state's at a tremendous disadvantage if that's the case. So we always try and make room in our approach for state involvement to the degree that commitment and staff can support it, and then the ability of the state to be able to potentially bring in other vendors too. And I think that's a healthier place for states to be long term. That's one man's opinion.
Okay, then can you tell me about I think you said something about templates. You had a template for the PUA program. When something like that comes down from the federal government, we fully expect that could happen again in the future, where they come out with a new program and it's dictated down to all the states. Is there some sort of shared platform where once you have a solution, do you share it with all the other states that use your platform, or is that every state has to participate in programming it themselves?
Yeah, great question. So in the case of PUA, that specifically was an interesting situation, because I don't think any of us anticipated that the federal government would ever extend benefits to the self-employed. It was always, the unemployed that had separation from their job. The state had wage detail and all of that to be able to calculate benefits. So it was entirely sort of new thing that none of us, I think, had ever anticipated. What we were able to do is to use functionality that we already had in UFAX, dedicated to the disaster unemployment assistance program, and modify that for pandemic unemployment assistance. And so there were capabilities there that we were able to quickly, sort of take that part of the system out, and sort of isolate that and then make the modifications for the federal rules. That was deployed then in Colorado, Illinois, and Ohio within, as I said, I think about 4 weeks or so from so, we had solution capabilities in the system that were automatically able to do that. Now, what we end up doing for sort of ongoing federal changes, that type of thing, we maintain sort of a gold copy of UFAX centrally, that when we see federal changes come through, we'll go ahead and make those changes. We make those code changes available to states, but they're recognizing that there may have to be some modifications to it on a state-by-state basis, right? So, one of the things that we don't do is try and maintain just a strict level of similarity across all of our implementations. So we will take code assets and changes that we do, make them available to our maintenance and operations enhancements teams or to our state clients, to modify then and deploy at their own schedule within those states. But it isn't to be perfectly clear, it's not a model where we're suddenly just pushing a single change out to all the states that we have. That's just, part of the model that we've developed.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then you mentioned your Surge UI, unemployment call centers, and specifically New York. Were there other states that you offered your call center solution to?
Yeah, absolutely. There were a number of different states. So California, we supported for a while, New Mexico, Illinois, Ohio. We were recently just brought into Virginia, and we've been helping shore up their call center operations as well with additional staff. And then New York, as I mentioned, I think I've got all of them, but I may be omitting one that I'm not thinking of right now. But a number of different states we've supplemented there.
So Kansas had a lot of problems answering phone calls, and one of the issues was that if we tried to hire new people, first of all, they were hard to find, and secondly, once we hired them, it was an arduous process, I guess, to train them on all the different aspects of all the new unemployment stuff. And so, can you tell me kind of how you guys handled that? What was the average ramp-up time from an agent that you hired? And I'd like to get to what was your average hold times. We answered about 1% of the phone calls, and then people were on hold for sometimes hours. And so, can you kind of tell us how that worked with you on the ramp-up time and your average hold time throughout the process?
Yeah. So ramp up time, because of the urgency, and I'll just use New York as an example. If I recall correctly, ramp up time was really a matter of probably we had to put people on the phones in about a week, if my memory serves me correctly. Now, our approach to that, recognized a couple of things. First of all, we got our national labor team engaged, and we have, some folks on our team that have 35 plus years of experience in UI. They've forgotten more about UI than I'll ever learn, probably. So we brought in some of those experienced resources that ran a training program, and so we've done that internally for our staff, but then we sort of worked with the client's training team as well as some materials that we have, and really quickly deployed training resources out to all these agents. So in the case of New York, for example, we were taking Marriott agents and really giving them a crash course in unemployment insurance and be able to answer some questions around that. Now, we have to recognize that when you deploy agents that quickly and you're training them sort of real time, you do have to ease them into the process. So they're not going to be, answering questions about detailed, fact finding and the rules around issues and that type of thing day one by any means. And so we use sort of rolling training as proficiency increased, our ability to support different types of calls increased as well. And so there certainly is a ramp up time associated with that, but we kept trying to offer training and bring people up to speed as quickly as we could, even as we're adding new agents in. With respect to call wait times, I think every state struggled with wait times. I don't know of one that managed to staff itself out of the wait time problem, really. There some of the things that we and other states did was try and deploy things like chatbot capabilities on the web portals that hopefully could, the term is used sometimes, deflect calls, right, or find ways to answer people's questions before they have to get on the phone and call them. So I think those were used to some success. But we saw levels of call volume here nationally in every state that were really unsupportable. You really couldn't have staffed them enough to be able to get them down to the 4 to 6 minute call wait time that we might expect in a commercial entity or something like that. So I would just maybe be cautious in terms of at least recognize that every state had to really struggle with call wait times.
Okay, I have one last question. Colorado was recently rolled out, it looks like 2020 or 2021, I think, if I recall right. However, they're currently issuing an RFP for new business. Can you kind of let us know what that's about? Is that something that you're helping them with, or are they looking to replace you?
No. As a matter of fact, yes, you're correct in that the UI benefit system was rolled out in December of 2020. And as I said, we had rolled out the PUA system in May. So all of their benefits system now is running on UFAX, on our technology. What they're now turning to is the tax side of the business. So the premiums collection, the wage reporting side of the business. And that RFP is out for the tax side of the business to complete that overall UI modernization effort. And that obviously is something that we're going to be competing for. We're putting a bid in on that. In addition to that, they have recently passed a paid family medical leave bill known as Family, and that RFP is out to administer paid family medical leave. And they've made the decision to handle that as a separate project, as a separate system as well. And so because of our experience implementing paid family medical leave in California and Washington, we're certainly going to bid on that. But again, we'll compete for that business as we do for all of our business, and of course, we're hopeful.
Okay, thanks. Any further? Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a follow-up question about that. I want more clarification, I guess, is that you're advocating that you scrap the legacy system and you have an open source platform that you replace it with. Is that my understanding?
At the end of the day, the work that we do in this space is to replace these older mainframe systems, and that's generally what clients are asking for now, is to move away from mainframe technology that is, that is in many cases is unsupported by its vendors any longer. So that kind of ends up being the end state of it. And then, as we discussed earlier, there are different approaches to get there. Right, over time, you can do it as more of an accelerated replacement of that back end, or you can do it in a staged manner as well.
Well, I guess what I'm curious about is if you, using Colorado as the example, you put in the benefit side of it, they are now put out an RFP for the, for the tax and the other portions of it. And if they decide not to choose you, how is that going to play with one another? I mean, surely some of your system is proprietary. I mean, it's not, you're just not putting it out there for free for anybody to use. How's that going to work, and how does that, does the state manage that?
Yeah, if for some reason they would elect not to work with us on the tax, there would be another vendor solution that they would stand up. The approach then would be for the integration points that exist between the tax side and the benefit side of the business, and they generally come around where they generally center around an employer's responsibility both for the tax and the benefit side. There would need to be interfaces developed between those two systems, right? So, the benefit system would need to be able to read the wage detail files of a different UI tax system. The benefits functionality would need to communicate any fact-finding requirements to employers through that system as well. So there would have to be a strategy of doing some interfaces between those two systems if they were to elect to use somebody else. And, you know, that certainly has been done. There's nothing preventing them from doing that. I'm of the, you know, obviously of the personal opinion that there's value in having a single integrated system that manages both the tax and benefits as claimant and employer side of that business.
So is that need to integrate those two different systems, is that something that you include in your initial quote-unquote fee that you put up front, or is that going to be something that is cost additional because they choose a different vendor? How does that work? Obviously, you're going to be doing some work, you know, to integrate that. How does that work for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, if we, in the case of Colorado, when we bid, when we bid the UI tax side of things, because that's already part of the functionality of the core system that we implemented for benefits, you know, we didn't turn on the tax functionality when we did benefits for them. It'll be a matter of now enabling that tax functionality to be turned on to support those functions. So we won't have to do integration per se because it's already part of that new functionality is already part of this integrated UFAX, you know, tax and claims system that we already have built. Now, if another vendor comes in and they're going to bring their solution in, there would be a cost associated with having to do that handshake between these two different systems.
So that's not a cost that you eat within the initial, that's going to be an additional cost for the state of Colorado if they chose
Correct.
to.
If they would choose to work with somebody else, or presuming that the vendor passes that cost along to them, yes, it would.
Sure. And now, just back to the RFP, is this common that they would bid this out, Colorado bid it out in two different portions, tax versus benefits, or is that unusual for a state to do that?
Yeah, great question. You know, I think in the case of Colorado, Christina, you might, I know you have to run fairly soon, but you might keep me honest with this. I think that the budget at the time only supported the benefits implementation. I mean, I see you nodding. Good, I had that right.
That is correct. It was a decision by the legislature not to put all of the eggs in one basket and to meet the most critical needs based on the available budget at the time.
Generally, what I've seen the committee done is that an RFP, you know, they will secure funding for the entire thing. An RFP may be let with only the focus of the initial statement of work being implementation of one side of the system. Like, for example, you know, you'll issue an RFP for tax and benefits, but maybe the focus of the initial statement of work is on implementation of tax, for example. And then the agency reserves the right then to modify the contract or modify the statement of work to bring in benefits later if they're happy with the vendor's performance, if you know the project has been successful. And I think that's a good approach because it keeps again some incentive for the vendor to perform and limits sort of the initial commitment to the full modernization. It allows you to sort of stage it a little bit. And I do think there's value in sort of implementing either tax or benefits first, completing that, and then moving on to another project. I've done a big bang implementation with both tax and benefits, and it was very, very successful. But it does pose, you know, a greater degree of risk, and there's, you know, more sort of, it's a much bigger scale to manage.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions.
I would add that it's financially prudent to get bids on each process, and a lot of states have statutes that make you actually have to have several bids in order to go through the procurement. Okay, I'm seeing no more questions in the room or online, and so I really appreciate you guys coming to the table, and thanks for the valuable information, and hopefully we'll have you back here soon. Thanks so much.
Thanks, committee. Appreciate
the opportunity.
So council lunch is here. We're scheduled to be back here at 1, and so you can grab your lunch and enjoy yourselves for 25 minutes. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is there any chance, since we're not waiting on anybody this afternoon, that we could begin a little quicker? Or would that be a problem?
Yeah, that's fine. We can work through lunch. So let's take 10 minutes. Is that all right with everyone? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, for those of you that are online, we're still waiting for 2 members to come back. Paging Senator Pittman. Okay, everybody's here now, Council, so thanks for your patience. Next on the agenda is to review the answers to our questions from the last meeting. No, I'm sorry. The next thing on the agenda is approval of minutes from September 8th and 9th. Those were emailed out to you. And so are there any issues with the amendments or with the minutes? Are there any changes? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Senator Tyson, seconded by Mr. Hayes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Okay, now we're on to reviewing the questions and answers that we sent out to each of the 4 vendors after watching their pre-recorded presentations. And so they had responded back, and we received those answers back last week, and you all had all weekend to read 118 pages worth of responses, and I'm sure we're all excited to discuss all that. I thought the best way to do that was not to go through it line by line, because we've all already done that, but just to open it up for a general discussion for each company. And so you'll take the first company on the list of that was sent to you, and we'll open for general discussion, starting with Accenture's response. I'll open it to the floor for general discussion on Accenture's responses. Seeing no discussion on that. The one thing that I noticed on there was, and it's not just unique to this particular response, but when it comes to workforce development issues and the resume upload and the companies being able to look at resumes and offer jobs and interviews, this company and the others as well, I think they took that question as to whether or not they're looking for work, and so they all have the capability, it seems, to note that they are actively looking for work, but none of them seem to be have a platform that includes a workforce development platform, other than the fact that there's to look for whether or not they're looking for jobs. Does anybody read anything differently on any of that? Anything online? Oh, Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I'd add on the Accenture response here, specific to the first question, we had kind of wanted to clearly understand what states they had worked in this space before and what successes or failures they had. I don't know necessarily that Accenture really spoke directly to that. They spoke to like projects in other states or countries, but I didn't see anything about past UI modernization efforts, which I believe there were some there. But this does get back to, I think, a point that I made when we did the demonstrations that, one of the key pieces we'll need to look at is their success rate of very similar projects in other states specific to UI, and I'm not really seeing that demonstrated in the response here. So just one brief item I wanted to call out for the council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. Any further comments, Mr. Oswald?
I did kind of reflect Deputy Secretary Brady's comments. I don't recall them in their presentation. I think, in fact, they stated point blank that they had never put one of these up. And that somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they have any experience at all in this field in any way, shape, or form, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Senator Pittman.
Just to kind of follow up on that, are you saying, Mr. Oswald, you don't think Accenture has any, just to be very clear, any experience whatsoever inside of this space or inside of a specific area? I think it's just in one piece of this that you're saying, right?
That's correct. I think it was directly asked to them, or maybe it was, they stated it, that they have never put up a benefit or tax system for unemployment is my recollection of that. I'm maybe incorrect, but I don't think that's I think that's the case, so.
Chair, I think I was going to defer over to Mr.
Deputy
Brady.
Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to build off what Mr. Oswald was saying, I believe in the presentation they said they didn't have any successful implementations in other states. What I was potentially hoping to see addressed in this response, which appears to be absent, is, to my knowledge, there were attempted UI modernizations in other states by this vendor. Specifically, New Jersey is the one that comes to top of mind that I remember that was ultimately not successful or not completely deployed and successful, but that wasn't addressed as part of their response. But I think Mr. Oswald's correct. In their video demonstration, it was stated that no full successful deployment's been completed to date by this vendor.
I would just follow up with that, Mr. Chair, that they are one of the bigger entities out there that have a huge amount of change management experience. I'm certainly not trying to say that they should be the #1 vendor or anything, but I do respect that, just like Deloitte, they bring that change management and risk mitigation strategies, as well as their involvement with the details of the unemployment and an architectural knowledge that maybe some of the more solution-specific vendors wouldn't bring to the table. But I was a little, there was a lot of answers in here where they basically didn't really answer the questions, but I've got to respect the fact that this institution is worldwide, and they bring a lot of experience. It just didn't come through in some of the questions, I thought. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Chair.
So noted, and I agree with that. They're a big company that has the experience, but they don't have a product that's been stood up. And Especially, I think our RFP called for 2 states with tax and benefits both for a year. And so that would be a disqualifier, but I am glad that they went ahead and responded, and I wish other companies would have responded anyway with their solutions, even though we ruled a lot of them out with the RFP. Mr. Beatty, are you online? Is he there?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me, did our RFP require a cloud-based solution, and did it require a that we own the code?
I don't believe it did. It was very lengthy. I will confirm that, see if I can do that while we're meeting.
Okay, thank you. Representative Estes. You're on mute still, if you're trying to talk. Okay, seeing no more comments on Accenture, we'll move on to the next, if I can get to it. Give you all time to flip to that page. I'm having issues here. Okay, looks like we're going to talk about FAST next time. In general, were there any comments on the answers to the questions from FAST? Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few brief comments on my end. One, I appreciate the extensiveness to which this particular vendor addressed some of the questions and their operations in other states, and specifically laying out which states they're in with what programs and what they deployed. I thought that was helpful to see that information. I know in previous council discussions, there was a lot of conversation about previous lawsuits that this vendor had been involved in other states, and I thought that the response here gave a much more detailed explanation than what I'd previously seen and reported in the media and such. The other thing that stood out to me for this particular vendor, Mr. Chairman, was that they demonstrated an ability to connect with a lot of different services, you know, IDMe, LexisNexis, other fraud tools that have been discussed, Icon, Integrity Data Hub, kind of a lot of those core UI modules we get through NASWA or add-ons for ID verification, so that was helpful to see. And then the final note I had on this vendor, Mr. Chairman, was from their response, I saw that they had quite a few clear channels to connect the different states and administrators that are working with their system to collaborate and provide feedback to the vendor and ultimately create a better system for all the states. So that was all, those were all kind of items that I had noted in reviewing this vendor's response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hayes.
I would just echo those comments as well. The only thing that stood out to me early is if part of the requirement was to stand up a tax piece as well as a benefits administration piece within the last couple of years, it doesn't appear that that is the technicality if that is a requirement that Mr. Beatty's checking on for us. But I did really appreciate the good customer engagement pieces and kind of those avenues that they provide. I think we've heard a lot throughout this process about how important the communication piece is. And I think the more engagement that we would have with our peers, other states, et cetera, is going to be a benefit for the state of Kansas. The only other thing I would say on page 24 of the overall document, or to page 10 of theirs, the integrity elements, those are all checked as far as what's outlined in House Bill 2196. I appreciate the focus on that. And I really appreciate the fast identity verification services, the fives, just because the states that actually did implement that throughout the pandemic seem to have fared much better. You didn't see a whole lot of news stories, et cetera, about the promulgation of their fraud experience. So the only other thing that's a little bit concerning for me is change orders and just leads to questions on what the cost solution looks like down the road and the ongoing piece of it, which we're not privy in this council, I guess, to see the price components, but that's certainly got to be at the top of our list for consideration for recommendation, I would think, for the long-term financial implications.
Okay, I particularly liked the the 27, 28, and 29 questions, I think is what they were, for each of these vendors. I thought that this particular company, as well as Sagitech, did a great job of explaining some of the possible issues with the state of Kansas and with our legacy system and with their experience in other states. And I think that the answers to these questions will be valuable as we go down the future, because this council we have in statute 3 years of oversight of the rollout of this system, and so I think that these 3 or 4 questions that these companies all responded to are going to be real valuable in how we help with the rollout of whoever they end up choosing to do this. I did also have the same concern as you did, Mr. Hayes, as far as the ongoing cost of these programs. I don't know that they understood the question, but we were looking for, okay, so we understand that there's going to be an upfront cost to develop this. What are the ongoing costs, or how long does that buy us? And I think Representative Estes did a good job of explaining the differences or how something could pay for itself in the long run. And I think she probably has more information on that for us today. But it would be good to know what the long-term 5 or 10-year or 15-year costs would be for these programs versus just what it's going to cost today to start the program. Any other? Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of observations. One, I thought FAST did a very good job of, from a layman point of view at least, of one of the questions was, what have they done over the last few years to improve their product and to keep it relevant, in this particular technological world. And I thought they did a very good job of illustrating that they have done a very good job of keeping their technology up and moving it forward. I think that's, something I think this council and the KDUL is very interested in seeing, is something that's open-ended and can be modified and improved over time. I did think it was kind of interesting that when we asked them about the most challenging implementation, they chose New Zealand as their example. I think they probably could have given us something that was a little more relevant, but that's nitpicking, I would admit. I think that I would have appreciated a little more candor there, probably, if they had admitted that here's a state that had some issues and here's what we did to fix it. It would have been more relevant, more apropos, I think. But otherwise, I thought that they did a good job of answering a lot of the questions. I echo Deputy Secretary Brady's comments about the lawsuits. I think there's always 2 sides to the story, and I think they did an adequate job of explaining at least their version of the events. So that's my observations.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Estes.
Thank you so much. I apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. Sorry for not being there, but I am sick and I just didn't want to share those germs with everybody today. Regarding FAST, I too did the great detail in which they went to be forthright with us. I did have a concern about page 23, which was their page 9 in section 8 in the product details. and they kept emphasizing that they encourage people to use their product for fraud prevention. But when I Googled some of their states, I was really shocked at how high some of the fraud was in some of their states. In Hawaii, it was 1.1 billion, 1.9 million. But as has been stated before, there are two sides to a story, and it's something that I would appreciate hearing more from them on. And to hop back to Accenture, since I was having technical difficulties there, I was really concerned in my due diligence looking at Colorado's relationship with Accenture, where Colorado paid them $24 million and didn't finish 97% of the project. That really significantly impacted, and I also had difficult finding more recent success, and that makes me incredibly nervous with taxpayer funds that we're about to invest. And those are my only comments.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments, we'll move on to the next. I'll give you a minute to get to it. Okay, so now we're on to Sagitech Systems, and I believe it starts on page 44 of your question and answers. Open it up for general comment on the Sagitech. Mr. Hayes.
Just in the onset, the first couple of pages, the entities, the states and so forth that they had worked with, again, just looking at if the requirement of a tax and a benefit launch is paramount within a reasonable amount of time, I don't show that those are included or addressed as well here.
Mr. Beatty, are you online still?
Yes. Yes, sir, I am.
So I know that we checked the references for these companies, and was this the company that we talked to 2 or 3 states that said they would not renew their contract with them?
I can't answer that off the top of my head. I'll see if I can find an answer to that. Let me look at that. I also, on one of the previous questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The cloud-based question, the RFP indicated vendors were to, in their proposal, indicate whether the solution is cloud-based, hosted, and it has vendor or Kansas, state of Kansas, or an on-premise. So it was not a cloud-based solution requirement. I'm looking up the code information too while we're working through this, but all the suppliers or bidders were supposed to indicate which solution, whether cloud-based or host or on-premise.
Okay, and as far as the code goes, it might have just been a requirement that came after the fact that the procurement committee was looking to make sure that we owned the code rather than leased it. And I was just wondering if that was in the RFP or not, because it doesn't seem like any of these solutions, we could own some of it, but not all of it, and that they would put it into some sort of a trust in case they went out of business, then we would own the code after that. But was just wanting to kind of get clarity on that issue. So when you find that, would you just let us know?
I will, yes, sir. And
Thanks.
just so you know, code is listed 68 times in the RFP, is why I haven't answered it yet.
Well, it is a rather large RFP. Mr. Hayes.
If I could just clarify on my previous comment, it does look like the Maryland Department of Labor, the benefits administration piece was launched in April of 2020, and then the tax and benefits piece was launched in September of 2020. So we do have one state with this vendor that looks like launched both sides.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative
Thank
Estes.
Mr. Hayes went to something that had caught my attention as well. This is like the previous company. The news coverage was terrible in Maryland when they launched, and the last launch date I have is September of 2020. And I would really love and had appreciated a forthright update on where Maryland is with Sagitech. All the local media coverage was things that we are experiencing with our legacy system. And I really want to understand how long that, have they surmounted this issue, or is that still going? Because one news article I found indicated that somebody was still, that they still had people who still weren't getting paid. And I want to be fair to Sagitech. I wish they would have expanded on what happened in Maryland. Is it fixed? And did that lead to a better rollout in other states? And I really don't get that sense from their answer. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just, I kind of make a general comment for all of these vendors who, excluding the first one, all have active engagements with a few different states in different areas. And to Senator Estes' point, each of these states has had their own media reports about challenges with the UI system. There's a lot of factors that can be considered here. Some may be tied to the vendor, some may be tied to the workforce agency itself. Sometimes, you're not getting the entire story in the media, and in many states, the state agency can't fully speak to it due to UI confidentiality laws. So, as we work through these, I see all the same news stories, and I talk to the UI administrators in these states, so I'm familiar with it. I would just kind of encourage the council to remember that what we see reported in the news, whether that's attributable to the agency, the vendor, some combination, just kind of keep all of that in mind, because I don't know if it tells the full story in every situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you saying that the press doesn't get things right sometimes? Or tell both sides of the story? Is that what I hear you saying?
That was not my quote, Mr. Chairman. And
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo Deputy Secretary Brady's point here. As I've been through every one of these, because I've been doing this for longer than I would care to admit, back when we started faxing protests to the state, that was revolutionary. So I've never seen any of these go well. They've all had issues. I think what you're hoping to do here is you're hoping to find the best vendor who's going to give you the best opportunity to have a minimal of disruption. There will be a disruption here, and it's just a question. It's just a question of how much, and that's going to obviously come down to how well they plan with the KDOL, how well their product is, so on and so forth, and how many modifications we expect this for whatever platform we choose to occur. But I do want to echo Deputy Secretary Brady's comment that the previous provider that we talked to very early on, the one is doing Nebraska, that's a perfect point in case is that they've done 4 states, 3 of them were almost exactly the same. In the one state, the 4th one, Pennsylvania, had significant modifications as a result of the Pennsylvania Department of Labor, and it's resulted in just a lot of bad press and a lot of bad decisions, one of which is that the state of Pennsylvania chose not to activate their identity verification portal, so for whatever reason. So I think I just want to illustrate with that from our point of view as well that Deputy Secretary Brady's correct. We should take some of this with a grain of salt.
I agree, 100%. And I can tell you, from a business person standpoint, I've owned several businesses. I've had a few that were successful, but I've had a lot that were not successful. And I can, I know that sounds weird coming from the commerce chair, but I can tell you, though, that I learned most from the businesses that didn't work and from my mistakes than I did from the businesses that did work. And so Sagitech clearly had the best answers, in my opinion, as far as what the possible issues will be coming down, and it's probably because they've experienced a lot of them. And so we do need to take it with a grain of salt. Senator Pittman, you can't talk about my businesses.
You know, failure is one of our greatest educators, right? I won't mention anything else about educators at this point. So I would say on question 29, to give these guys fair press here in our committee on question 29, which is on our page 71, they spend 2 pages going through the Maryland situation. And whether we believe it or not, I mean, they say that they really did have an issue, especially with performance issues. They had quite a bit of negative press up at the very beginning, they admit. And then they go through and they brought somebody in to help them out, to help mitigate the situation. And they basically say that they were able to come up with improvements that helped increase the volume that they had. But they said basically they had a huge amount of fraud detection. They had a huge volume that hit them that really shut them down. Whether we say that's good enough in terms of what they did, I was impressed, though. I'll just kind of move on from there, that in the end, they talk about lessons learned, which is on our page 76 or so, and call out some of the things I think the Deloitte professionals had indicated, you know, really around change management, calling out the data conversion and the difficulty that really comes about when one has to do conversion from a legacy system. Expectation management, the key piece, I think they had mentioned the role of a shared partnership inside of these deployments is what the Deloitte folks had said, and this kind of echoes that on around page 80. And then the last lesson they have here is coding language leads to obsolescence. So that's a little bit more on the technical side of how do we keep this thing fresh and modern. They put a lot of their learnings into this, which I appreciated. You know, the second vendor I really appreciated. They have a more extensive, I think, when they go into the identity management. But these folks brought in a little bit more of a quality of, here, we're going to share some lessons learned, and I did appreciate that about their responses. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Anything further? Deputy Secretary.
No, I was just going to add on to Senator Pittman that was one of the things I highlighted with this vendor as well, as identifying all of those challenges that they'd seen with this vendor, the previous one, and the next one as well. I think one of the better advantages of their response and their proposal is they did demonstrate very clearly that they're familiar with this space. They're familiar with some of the challenges that, you know, to Mr. Oswald's point, we're going to encounter no matter what solution we go with. So I appreciated that demonstration of the clear knowledge of, you know, what we're likely to face and need to overcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further comments, is there anything online? I don't have that up. Seeing none. Okay, we'll move on to the final company. Let's see here. I think it's starts on page 88. And it's TCS's responses. I'll open it up for general comments. Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes to every vendor that's participated in this. I still have some concerns about the whole train the trainer concept. I mean, I understand there's probably no better way to do this. I I think this is going to be whoever we end up choosing, it seems like to me that it's going to be very incumbent upon the Kansas Department of Labor to have a fairly detailed plan on how they're going to train people, not only initially, but going forward. Because naturally, as the case with any organization, people leave, and then you have your brain drain, and that gap. I'm just a little still uncomfortable about the whole training process for something that is going to be significantly brand new. I mean, we're talking about a complete change based on the 4 vendors that we have in front of us right now. So that's causing, personally, me a little heartburn, just dealing with new technology in our internal office, and it's not even 1/10 as significant and complex as what this is. So that's one of my comments about that. So otherwise, I'm very familiar with TCS's product, having a Missouri employer and having quite a few clients in Missouri. Is it the perfect system? No. Is it a system I think that can be improved upon and that they have improved upon? Yes. I would probably give them fairly high marks for being proactive and trying to improvise and improve their system over time. So just kind of some observations here from, I thought their questions to the end, answers to the questions were not as detailed as Sagitech and the other one, name is escaping me, excuse me. FAST, thank you. But I would feel very comfortable with, if that ended up being the product you chose. I have enough familiarity with that. I think that would be not the worst case scenario that you could ever pick. So just a comment.
Do you have experience with any of these other companies?
I have extensive experience with all of them, yes. So.
And
it ranges from, and this is the problem with any of this, is that you get into, I'm looking at we'll just look at TCS here while we're at it. The states they have it in current production is Mississippi, Maine, Missouri, Wyoming, and Connecticut is their PUA system. And they're doing New York here soon. They're all different. So, the only conclusion you can be left with is they come in with their base model product, and then it's the department makes adjustments and changes. And at that point in time, just like any vendor, how much do you blame the vendor if there's significant changes made to the product? And, it's kind of like if you buy a Chevrolet and you try to turn it into a Ford, is it really Chevrolet's fault? No, it's not. But, I mean, so, I mean, all these states, I'm just going to go back and say you're not going to get a perfect system. You're going to have to, I don't know if the KDOL has done this. I'm sure they have done this. They're going to have to go in and prioritize what's important to them and try to fit what is the best fit and best match for one of these vendors that based on their priority list. So.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a few comments on this vendor, TCS. For the respondents to this RFP, clearly the solution that's in the most states today and the most mature solution just based on how long they've been in this space, I think that would probably extend to the general vendor community, at least in terms of the vendor that is in the most states today. TCS would probably be that vendor, but for sure for the 4 responses we've seen here today, I did agree with Mr. Oswald's comment that generally the responses weren't as detailed as I would have hoped compared to some of the other ones. The other comment that I would add, it hasn't come up yet, but just wanted to call it out. In all 4 of these vendor responses, they indicated the majority of the resources would be located here in Kansas to work on the project, possibly utilizing some remote resources for what looked like in most cases kind of very specific or niche development, but the vast majority of the resources being here in Kansas. And for me as the administrator in this space, that's certainly comforting to see that all 4 would have had that commitment to working with us on site, because I think that would be helpful towards an ultimate successful project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hayes.
Couple of things. Just echoing the previous two speakers, the states that are listed as completed projects, and then those that are no longer current engagements. The state of Nebraska looks like engaged with TCS in 2004, went live in 2007, and then from the earlier presentation, went a different direction. I believe they engaged with a contract in 16, went live in 18, and they're getting ready to launch their tax side of the house in the next coming months here. So just as time and times change, really trying to understand maybe why. Obviously, TCS has been at this a long time. One of the things that really probably stood out to me across the board on all of these is when I read the customer experience, it really feels like a lot of that is directed toward the agency level. And from a customer service or customer engagement level, I think the other two critical components, and we need to really identify those user stories and think about outcomes and objectives, is the employer community, because there's a lot of current limitations within our current system, and then also the claimant story side and what the outcomes that make sense for Kansans as well. And I just felt like we put the cart before the horse, and we really didn't identify with those two critical customer segments that utilize a system and is dependent on it.
Any other comments for Tata? Senator Pittman.
Yeah, I was actually surprised, Mr. Oswald, that they have as big as a presence as you said, because it doesn't really come across inside of their responses here. It doesn't come across as the one that has the most experience even inside the space. And it was really odd to see that they didn't really have any lawsuits that they really wanted to talk about. It didn't seem very transparent about some of the things in here. And so it's good to hear that you'd at least be comfortable with them as a vendor, because I was like, they didn't really bring a lot to the table in these responses, in my opinion. But I also recognize that they're also a vast experience inside of software development for sure. So that's it. That's all.
Nope. Seeing no further comments, anything online? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More a general comment, just overall. And I know we've discussed this before as to how the RFP went out and why we did see some of the responses, and maybe some of the companies didn't shine as well as they could have. When you're responding to an RFP, you're very meticulous, going line by line on the request of the RFP. And I'm not trying to defend one vendor or not, but I do know that that can have some implication as to whether the vendor would be able to, if they don't have the experience necessary in responding to an RFP. But I have some concerns, Mr. Chairman. Just, what we heard today, the modules, the training that was brought up. Most vendors nowadays, it's probably a cost cutting, but definitely not a good place to cut cost, because there are electronic ways to train people, very simple software programs that can be developed to teach people how to use their systems. I think maybe that should have been something that was in the request for the RFP. Hindsight's always easier, okay? But it's just something to consider going forward, Mr. Chairman.
Well, yes, obviously we're much, much further down the road than we were when we wrote this bill, when we passed this bill, we were making changes all the way up until in conference, all the way to the end. And then this RFP was rushed through during that process, and so they only knew what we knew at that time. Which is why that bill actually created this council, was so that we could have oversight over this one process and audit the department as far as the fraud, so that we could replace the funds. And so that was, we've learned a lot since that day. And so the RFP is what it is. I really wish these companies were in front of us because we still have, there's a lot of clarification we could have gotten. We didn't have to wait 2 weeks to come back to get our answers. We should have been able to ask them during their presentations, and I mean, heck, we could have been done by then, but now there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and we're not sure. They didn't understand some of our questions. And if we were to go back to the table and say, okay, well, we would like clarification on these 6 things, then we got to wait another 2 weeks, and it's just, the process sucks. And it is what it is, though, and we've got to deal with it, so. We'll just go from there. So, okay, well, any further comments on this particular company? We'll go ahead and close that and open for just general discussion if there is any. Senator Pittman?
One point that has nothing to do with this since we're in open discussion. I had a constituent come in and ask me about the workforce development communication with the unemployment system. So I thought I'd bring it up during the committee. It seems as though there's some issues with some members of the labor unions who are getting forced into the workforce development requirements, and there seems to be a technical challenge between the drop downs and things like that, that I don't know if, I just want to bring it up to committee, and maybe, since you're here, Secretary Brady, have you heard of any of these issues?
I'm not, Deputy Secretary, you can answer, but I'm not sure that, my memory may not serve me correctly, but I think the labor unions were exempted from having to participate, at least the ones,
Exactly.
if they're on unemployment because of a layoff.
Right. They're not
And they
supposed to
are
have
going to
but
come
they're
back.
being forced into that. They're being forced into the cycle.
They are, okay.
And
well,
they should be exempted out, but there seemed to be some issue with that.
Deputy
so.
Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak to that pretty briefly. The exemptions from the My Reemployment Plan are if someone's in the shared work program, if they are on a temporary layoff, and there's a third that's escaping me at the moment. I think one of the challenges that's occurred with the temporary layoff is the way that gets coded in the mainframe, so the system knows this person is on temporary layoff, don't batch them in for My Reemployment Plan, is if their employer files by spreadsheet. So for a layoff, that the standard procedures for the employer to file a spreadsheet. We file all the initial claims at once, and then it puts that tag on there that tells our system and our staff that that is the reason this person is currently unemployed, not to batch them into that. My understanding is in some of these cases, there's been a little bit of miscommunication between the agency, the employer, and the claimant in terms of how that initial claim is getting filed. When those issues are identified, it's an easy enough process for one of my staff members to go in, make sure that that account has the appropriate tag on it, and then alleviates any issues related to that My Reemployment Plan piece. And if you want to connect with me offline, Senator, I can have our team reach out and make sure we rectify any outstanding issues.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
And specific to, on this topic, but maybe while it relates to the broader modernization conversation that we're having here today, Mr. Chairman, part of the challenge is, as I kind of described how the system works, is that it's not a perfect handshake between our internal systems and then Commerce's system. Kansas works for administering the My Reemployment Plan. So certainly something, and I think it came up this morning with the presentation we had about a module that assists with connecting to the workforce services. These responses got to it a little bit, but making sure that, as we move off of our current system, we've got something that can very clearly and easily communicate with outside systems such as workforce centers. Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Hayes?
If we're on general comment, if I could direct a question to the Deputy Secretary and see if the agency has taken a position on the potential vaccine mandates and if that addresses breach of employment contracts or agreements between employer and employee when it's really not necessarily a voluntary basis that the employer may be adopting that policy.
Yes, I get that question quite a bit as far as whether or not they'll qualify for unemployment if they were terminated for something that wasn't in their employment contract.
Yes, Deputy Secretary Brady, I'm very interested.
Deputy
in hearing that.
Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. So obviously, not just in Kansas, in all 53 states and territories, this has been a pretty prevalent issue. We've seen this coming for some time now. Our legal team's done a lot of analysis. Every state workforce agency's done a ton of analysis on this specific issue. What it comes down to here in Kansas under the employment security law, and this is how it's in most states, just by the way the law is structured. First, there's nothing specifically in our current statute that speaks to a vaccine mandate. It's just something that when those laws were created and framed, no one had accounted for. I mean, I don't think any state really accounted for it. So this is addressed as, how we would address any other separation from employment, whether it's the individual chose to leave work or was fired for misconduct. We'll go through the adjudications process of getting information from both the employer and the claimant, taking all of that information into account, and then applying the provisions of the employment security law to determine. So for example, if someone left because of the vaccine mandate was coming down and they didn't want to do it, they quit, the question being addressed is whether or not that constitutes good cause to leave employment voluntarily. If it's a firing for misconduct for not following the company policy, the analysis is, did that individual have good cause to not be in compliance with that policy? On the specific issue of the policy, we're looking at the standard misconduct provisions of the employment security law. So was that policy well-known, documented, distributed to all employees, applied evenly across the organization? Was the individual given adequate time and resources to comply with it, stuff like that? And each of these will be adjudicated on an individual basis based on the facts of that individual case. There may be some scenarios in which, and this is just a hypothetical example, but an individual's medical practitioner specifically said that because of a pre-existing condition or some other reason related to their health, that it would not be safe for that individual to have the vaccine. And in that case, that might play a factor. So I know I kind of went all around the disqualification, provisions of separation from employment. All that's to say is each of these issues will be adjudicated on a case-by-case basis, just depending on the facts related to that separation from employment and if it meets the eligibility criteria for benefits in the current law. But the principal challenge here, as I mentioned at the top, is our employment security law is silent on the issue of mandates specifically just because it hadn't been previously considered.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. So how is the potential of government mandate legally going to impact this? I know you can't answer it right now. I'm assuming you're thinking about that. Point in case, I have a client who is a hospital, and they have been told if they want Medicaid and Medicare reimbursement, they will comply with the federal mandate to enforce the vaccination. The employer would not necessarily have a choice in this matter. I can see the employee's point of view, of course, in this matter as well. It seems like we're going to be in a very broad gray area here based on this. Is that something that is being taken into consideration, I guess?
Yeah, I think broad gray area is a fair way of characterizing it. What it ultimately could come down to, too, is my understanding of the situation, and I have a little bit of background in the workplace safety and health side of labor, is that this mandate is going to be issued in the form of a emergency temporary standard from OSHA. And that's how it's going to apply to these employers and how they'll have to comply with it, and ultimately who will be responsible for enforcing it in Kansas. There's probably a separate legal question of whether or not that is a legal administrative move by the federal government. Obviously, as long as it stands as something that is legal, the federal government does, and then that's the policy. If, for example, I think what you were kind of alluding to, Mr. Oswald, if a court came and said that OSHA was overstepping their bounds by issuing the ETS in this fashion, then that would substantially change the way these issues are adjudicated, because then it obviously became an illegal action for the federal government to have done so. Obviously, none of that's played out yet. Not just our agency, every state workforce agency is looking very closely at this and just watching to see how it plays out, because it will have an immediate impact on how we adjudicate those issues.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, I skipped over you a minute ago. I know you had something to say.
It's perfectly fine. I will say on my piece on this, I think the way around it is if we just get rid of at-will employment in Kansas. Then the mandate won't stand. But that's just my 2 cents.
Commerce is at 1:30. Just come.
Can I submit testimony now for first day of session? Because I would love to get there. I'll get you a couple other testimony for it.
I'm sure. Any other comments in general? Mr. Pittman, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we are talking about this approach towards this massive project of unemployment insurance modernization. There is a broader discussion at hand. You know, I'll just make sure we at least tip our hat to it that as we look at all systems across the state government, really we should have these discussions as an ongoing basis as part of an overall architectural approach. Whether we'd want to be doing something with modernization, with its master data management, with identity management, and these types of things. We are working a little bit in a silo. We're going to approach and we're going to have something that's going to, let's say it works fantastic. Love that. But then that's going to be working on its own, and it could become a model for other agencies, but it won't be working in concert or in a similar architecture necessarily for quite some time. So some of the decisions that we're making, you know, they really are broader questions of how the state should approach technology and technology decisions that we're touching on some very key pieces of this here. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we're doing some big things here in our discussions, even though we might not realizing we have our own motivations and everything else. But there are some serious things that we need to consider beyond this committee from that point of view.
So I tend to agree with you on that. And Representative Hoffman is not with us today because he's in another committee today. But I was amazed to find out that the JCIT committee doesn't review any of this stuff until after the fact, after it happens. And all they can do is review it. I think if nothing else, you know, this setup, and we heard from one of our conferees today that when you get all the stakeholders around the same table and you take a long-term, solid, deep dive look at things, you come up with the best solutions. And hopefully, and I think there's a bill that Representative Hoffman is working on to try to help change that, give JCIT a better look.
As are the 2 senators sitting over here.
You guys are both working on that same thing? Senator Tyson?
Yeah, in fact. Yeah.
I would say that would be a good thing. You want to comment?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would follow up with Senator Pittman's comments. I would agree, except I would say that we're all on the same page that we do want the best system for the state of Kansas in unemployment, that we do have a uniqueness in the sense that we don't have our own agendas here. We have an agenda to push for a complete system for the state of Kansas. And he's absolutely correct. The JCIT process is completely been messed up for years, I would say ineffective. And we are working on legislation. I know Senator Peterson, Senator Pittman, and Senator Holland actually all have been engaged in that process. And we do need to take a different approach on our IT systems for the state. This is a prime example. And I appreciate your efforts. The legislation, I had concerns, honestly, over legislating a tiger team. You know, you just don't put that type of language in law. But we did in order to, it was our only avenue in order to get something completed. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your lead and for pushing for that. And I think this council has been one of the most productive systems, groups to come out of legislation or out of the Capitol, I would say, in years. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thanks for that. I think there are 21 people on the Commerce Committee, and some of them are in this room, and we all worked real hard on that, and your side too. So it wasn't me per se, but it was our committee, and we work well together. And that's a good segue into something that I wanted to talk about before we adjourn, and that would be to recommend to the LCC that we look at a possibility of bringing more companies to the table to make a better decision. And so I want to talk about the possibility of reopening the RFP and loosening the constraints so that we can get a better look at other companies to save taxpayer dollars and get the best possible solution that we can for the Kansas taxpayers. And so that would be something that I would like to bring as a motion in a little bit, but I do want to discuss it first and see what you would think of that, Mr. Miller.
I did some diving. I just had a feeling this conversation was going to come up. So I did some diving in. I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Revisor Reimer, but I don't believe the LCC even has the authority to open this up. I mean, we can recommend it. We can recommend whatever we want. We could recommend that they sole source. But from my reading of 2196, from my understanding of the procurement process, we don't have the authority, well, not we, the LCC doesn't even have the authority to reopen it. So again, I know I've berated this point and have said this 1,000 times, but I want to proceed with caution down this path because the only way to mess up a procurement process is to muddy the waters. And if we muddy the waters a little too much on this, the only people who are going to be the richest ones in the room are the people who are like me and are the lawyers. So that's all who's going to get paid on this. So I just proceed with caution, not against it. I don't think it's binding anyways, but if we muddy these waters too much, the state of Kansas is going to get sued. And as a taxpayer, I'm not an elected official, but as a taxpayer, I don't care if the legislature gets sued, the governor's office gets sued, LCC gets sued, or who gets sued. My tax dollars are getting sued. And so that's why I just want to proceed with caution on it.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I can see both sides of this because I understand that the intent here is to possibly look at other companies. I understand that many of you feel that the RFP process was rushed, and I definitely understand the frustrations. But again, from standpoints that are similar to that of the previous speaker, my concern is that if we do end up rushing this or do end up pushing for reopening of the RFP, we could end up doing the opposite of what we intend, which is, causing more money to be spent. And so that's the caution I'd like to proceed with. I, plan on giving this a fair hearing and an open ear, but that is the major concern that I have as a representative. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'll just kind of make a few brief comments here, just as it relates to the current RFP and the path forward. And I do want to echo the statements that have been made by several members of this council. It has been incredibly productive since May when that legislation was signed, and this group has come together and meet. We've discussed issues very extensively. I know for me personally, it's been a very rewarding experience to have a longer forum to address some of these more challenging issues with all of the stakeholders that was much more challenging during a 90-minute session during legislative session. So I've really appreciated that, the discussions we've had, and the progress that this group's made. From my point of view, and even before I was in my current position, we knew day one at the agency that this needed to happen, that modernization needed to occur, and that the system was long overdue for what was needed to react to the pandemic. While we're still working through some challenges, we're mostly through the pandemic today, and my sole focus is ensuring that we have the best possible system in place for my staff the next time there's an economic downturn. I pray that it's not nearly as bad as the pandemic was for the unemployment system, But I don't know that. I know that we need a system in place to handle that as quickly as possible. There's been different discussions about the RFP and the path forward at different points of time with this council. I personally have been very much against completely canceling the current RFP solely for the timing factor. One thing that I don't think necessarily entirely came up from the vendors that have spoken to us so far, but is something that I'm aware of, something my colleagues at NASWA have talked about, is there are only a limited number of firms in this space that can do this work, and there are 30-ish states that have a mainframe component to their system, and they're all trying to modernize right now because they all lived through what we went through. So there's a real need to continue moving forward. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that the motion didn't completely dismiss the existing RFP because I do think the timing would be a significant issue there. I'm not clear on how the procurement law works in terms of opening something back up or changing the parameters. My kind of comment would be, what we cannot do, in my view, is completely cancel the current RFP because the timing would put us just too far back. That opening it back up is potentially a better middle position, but I just want to caution everybody that time continues to be of the essence, and I know everybody knows that, but just to kind of say that piece out loud. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments. So I had the same concerns as the three of you that just spoke. And I talked to Revisor Long about the process. Has it ever been done in the past? There have been many times where we put out an RFP, we didn't get the solutions that we wanted, they were too expensive, and so we had to reopen or reissue the RFP. And it's been done both ways. They've reopened it, and with the intent to gather more collaboration. And knowing that nobody had qualified for the first one, they also have rewritten them, but the rewriting of it takes a long time. If there's one thing that this council has proven is we can do it openly, we can do it transparently, and I wish we had the time to do it because we would do it right, just like we did with the auditing RFP. That was a unanimous decision that was made after a completely and open and transparent RFP process where everyone knew what we were talking about at all times, including the writing of the RFP. And so I think that that's how things need to be done going forward in this state, but that's not something we can control in this room. But we can ask that they reopen the RFP for a certain number of days, 20 days, 30 days, to allow for new companies, or the current companies, to retool if they want, and the new companies to submit. We've heard from several companies that automatically ruled themselves out, and that's the biggest crux here is a lot of these companies that are suggested by NASWA did not present themselves because they were ruled out. They ruled themselves out because of the way the RFP was written. And that's a shame because we could have gotten some good solutions. I would also like, if it's done, that they allow presentations to be done to this council so that we can ask live questions. Because this process has been kind of ridiculous. We don't have the answers that we were looking for, and we waited we talk about time, we waited 2 weeks to get it. We had to wait 2 weeks to talk to them or to get their pre-recorded presentations, and then another 3 weeks to get the answers back, to have this meeting. And so that's longer than we're asking for, or we would ask for if we have a motion that passes, to retool this thing. And I think the ultimate goal here is to get the right solution. I know we realize that timing is of the essence, but do you really want to rush something through and have something that we're going to have oversight for the next 3 years and have it fail because we were limited on our solutions? Do you want that to fall back on this council? I certainly don't. And we've been told on 3 different occasions now, including today, that our current system works really well under the current normal unemployment issues. Our unemployment is low, it's 3%. We don't have any issues with our current system on current programs. So that gives us some time to take a better look at this and make the right decision for Kansas. We heard this morning from 2 more companies. We heard earlier in the year from the state of Nebraska and their solution. They all seem like good opportunities. It would be nice to have them all in the same room so that we can make a good, educated decision and do it right. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Appreciate those words. You know, wouldn't it be great if we were the advisory board that could engage with some vendors beforehand? I mean, it sounds like a pretty good approach. I actually feel like we brought different points of view here. We've fleshed out a lot of different things that different constituents, stakeholders and things would like to see. And even if we didn't open the RFP solutions, we're still going to be involved with that process of oversight in terms of how this thing moves forward over the next 2 years, and as well as the other important task of reviewing the fraud and understanding those things. So we still play a valuable role here. Wouldn't it be great if we could take what we've learned over the last 3 months, retool, and bring in things like risk mitigation, advisory board input, and things like that? I mean, that'd be ideal, but I don't think we're at a juncture where we all want to do that. So it sounds like opening it up is an option. We have to be careful, though. The language I've heard is something about too bad we could have had a good solution. It almost sounds like we're opening it up to get a solution, a particular solution, and I don't think that's really what I'm not in support of opening it up so that we can get one vendor for the contract. And I don't think that's what you're saying, Mr. Chair, but it could come off like that. And I don't think that's what you're saying either. I think what you're saying is you want to look at other options that might have self-selected out of the process, evaluate them on the same playing field as everybody who did come into the process, and make sure whichever vendor is picked, whether it's some of the original 4 or some new vendor, it's the best solution we're going forward with. Not that we're actually trying to pick a vendor that didn't apply because they're cheaper, or we heard they had a good implementation somewhere. I think that's right. Is that not right, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I agree with you. That's the ultimate goal, is to get as many people with as many solutions to the table, and so that we can make an educated decision. But currently, we've only gotten to talk to the people that haven't come to the table. We haven't gotten to talk to the people, really, that have come to the table, and it would be great to have that discussion. And if it's the lawsuits that you're worried about, and if it's choosing a vendor or appearing to choose a vendor in advance, then we certainly need to do this. Because of the way the RFP was put together, as we've been told by 2 different vendors today, it was clearly written for one vendor.
Well,
And
Mr. Chair, I would discuss that was the opinion of somebody who self-selected out. I think Deloitte probably, they don't have a lot of experience here, and I probably would have been in their shoes, did the same thing. Accenture decided to play here. They were basically, in my opinion, very similar in their approaches. One chose to come in, one chose not to. One had prior relationships, one didn't. So I can understand why one would do that, whether the RFP was written one way or the other. I don't think it's a bad thing that the RFP, Mr. Chair, was written in a way that explained everything that one would want, whether they positioned it in a way that was a big bang or one that could be measured out over 4 years, like our the first company came in and talked about. Didn't necessarily give that option out there. And maybe that was short-sighted in terms of really opening up the board to lots of different vendors coming in and saying, how could you build this with a modularized, component-based strategy? I think, like I said originally, the idea was how, if we were going to do this quick and we needed it to complete replace, what would we need in there? And I'm hesitant to fault the Department of Labor. I know you've made a number of comments like that they were trying to gear it towards a particular vendor. I don't think that's the case. It was just that, how would we get this, what would we want, and how can we get it fast? And so, I just have a different interpretation, putting it out there, just like you. But that also doesn't mean that I'm opposed to opening this thing up. I just want to make sure we're saying it in a way where we're open to the current 4 vendors, but looking for other options where they might have self-selected out, but having heard the testimony to this point, might feel like they have a better solution than what we've seen so far. I want to be very clear that I'm not going to be a part of somebody where we're.
I couldn't have said it better, Senator. I could not have said it better. You nailed that one. But I would like to correct the record as far as I have never had an issue with the Department of Labor trying to force this to one direction. It wasn't the Department of Labor.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify, there's not a motion before the committee at this
There's
time.
not a motion.
Thank you.
But my
We're
plan
just on
is
discussion.
to make a motion
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you,
or
Mr.
entertain
Chairman.
one. Mr. Miller?
I do want to clarify. I actually agree with Supervisor Long, and I agree with you, Mr. Chair, on the fact that we can open up. We don't have a finalized contract. I think the state of Kansas can open it up and be okay. I want to echo the comments of Senator Pittman, though. When I refer to muddying the waters, what I mean by that is, you know, many times this committee, and it's no one in particular, we've all done it, have said, oh, I remember when the Nebraska firm presented to us, we said, well, they couldn't qualify because they had a year, their tax system hadn't been open for a year. If we remove that qualification, they can apply. I think if we start doing those little things of, okay, and now if we take this cloud-based piece out, we're kind of muddying the waters where we're saying, okay, now we're going to let these 2 or 3 in. That's what I'm saying, proceed with caution on. I actually agree with you. I think we can open it up. I think that we don't get necessarily sued if we open it up and say, let's open it up to everybody. But if we say, let's open it up and by the way, let's take the qualification of the tax system piece out and we start trying to identify to at least the 3 vendors that have presented to us who didn't originally qualify and apply, then we're looking a little murky. We're muddying the waters a little bit. If we just say, we're reopening it, we're gonna take these 10 out and reopen it so we can get a bigger pool because we didn't catch as many fish as we wanted to with our net. We're just trying to cast a bigger one out. That's better than us saying, I want to catch that vendor and that vendor. That's all I want to proceed with caution on.
Cast a wide net, right, got it, okay. If you apply what our current RFP is to all 4 companies that responded, none of them qualify under our current RFP restrictions. And so then do we just not go with anyone? Or do we say, okay, this is the best suited one?
But that's also not what I'm saying. What I'm more saying is we've always asked the vendors who presented to us who did not apply why they didn't apply. And if we say these are the 3 reasons why they didn't apply, let's take those 3 reasons out so these 3 apply, that's when I think we increase our liability. If we just say we're reopening this thing so everyone in the world can apply, you don't have an issue.
Right.
But if we say we're specifically eliminating the 1-year tax program having to be implemented qualification, so it looks like we're purposely trying to go for Nebraska after we've all said that name 15 times, I'd file suit tomorrow. But if we're just trying to be general, I think we're going to be fine.
I think the discussion was a general one, just to reopen it to allow other companies that don't qualify for our RFP to submit so that we can look at them.
And I agree.
And the Procurement Council can do so as well.
I agree, Mr. Chair. I just wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say it.
You do it quite well. Mr. Oswald, then Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what I'm listening to here is I don't think anybody's disagreeing with being open to reopening the RFP. I would echo the comments of Senator Pittman, Mr. Miller. I don't want to exclude anyone. The goal is not to exclude anybody. The goal is to get as much involvement as we possibly can. It's sounding like to me that the issue is not opening it back up. I think we seem to be all in agreement of opening it back up, at least from what I've heard anyway. It's just how we do it. And I think the more broad, I think you just invite everybody to come back in. If you don't, open it back up for a couple of weeks. And if Deloitte still says, I don't want to participate in it, well, that's their decision. But I think what I've learned here, and I've been doing this a long time, and I'm surprised at how much I've learned, is that there are many different ways of doing this. And I think really only one methodology has been represented in the RFP. I think there's really kind of 3 unique methodologies to doing this. One we saw today was the module approach, and I think it would have been very interesting to see more about how they would have applied their module approach to enhancing the legacy system that we have. I'm not saying it's the right system. I have no idea, but I can't make a qualified decision because I haven't really seen it. So I'm kind of along with everybody else. I'd like to see the RFP reopened. I just want to see it reopened in a way that doesn't exclude anybody, and everybody has the opportunity to come back in and participate if they so choose to do so. So that's my comment.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say, so you consulted with Revisor Long, and he's mentioned that this has been done before. Is there a best practices or a guideline for what to do when you find yourselves in this position that would perhaps put us most on the legal up and up? You know, how often has this happened? How often have RFPs been reopened, and what best practices are? I think I would be a lot more comfortable if we had just that type of guidance from the revisor's office.
Charles, can you speak to that at all? Or do you want to? We'll see if we can get you an answer on that, but we certainly wouldn't be recommending any specifics, nor do we have the authority to reopen an RFP in this room. We can merely make a recommendation that to the LCC that they do the best to figure out a way to do it properly. But we would like to see the RFP reopened for a small period of time and allow anyone that wants to submit, whether or not they're restricted by our 288-page RFP. Yeah, so, I mean, we had 4 companies that don't qualify, but all have went ahead and presented, so. Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think part of the underlying challenge here is the state procurement law, in that, you know, in the scenario in which the RFP is reopened and there's additional bidders, and maybe Rick or someone can chime in on this, my understanding is that, you know, the ability for us to bring those demos or those vendors into this council and do questions in an open session would not have changed, because that's part of the underlying procurement statute for the state, that I don't think we have a mechanism for changing, at least in the short term. So that would be a concern, Mr. Chairman, in terms of the ground rules wouldn't change, so to speak, because we are having to operate under these underlying state procurement statutes. The other component to this that I'm thinking about as we have this discussion, Mr. Chairman, is we do have the Procurement Negotiating Committee, which is ks.gov Kelly Johnson, Representative Hoffman, and Rick from D of A, you know, who are knowledgeable in both the IT and procurement spaces, familiar deeply with all 4 proposals, demonstrations, and everything that's been before this council. It's my understanding that as a PNC, when they do their final evaluation for a vendor, they would have the choice to either recommend a vendor selection, or they could issue, from the PNC's perspective, a recommendation that either the RFP needs to be reopened, needs to be less restrictive, et cetera. I'm wondering if the proper avenue is to request the PNC's evaluation be made, so we can determine from their perspective, the folks with the most information on this and every piece of the puzzle, what their recommended path forward is. And the biggest reason I'm saying that, Mr. Chairman, is to get back to my kind of starting comment. The ground rules on state procurement, I don't think are going to change regardless of if we reopen this RFP. So, you know, we'd get additional information for this council and potentially some additional 2-hour video demonstrations. But outside of that, I don't see how that would be able to be expanded.
Mr. Hayes.
Just a general question. Does the state of Kansas issue RFIs? And was that a misstep, or is there an opportunity to interrupt this process from a legal standpoint to have a better engagement process?
Mr. Beatty, would you be able to answer that question? I'm not familiar with any of that.
The state can issue a request for information. We get less participation in that because vendors are very guarded about their information, and they certainly don't provide pricing. And if we ask for any even summary pricing, we get very little participation. We haven't done it for years. It doesn't give us the result we would hope for. But the statute does allow for
it. Would it allow for it as an interruption in the current RFP that is open?
No. We would have to close it, no award, and start over.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, direct a comment to the Deputy Secretary. Do you feel it's a fair statement to say that our system is better equipped going into another economic downturn with the MFA solution that we currently have in place? We've done an internal deployment of a PUA or a new system. And then if we were to even look additionally at a solution like ECATA or some of the additional fraud verification pieces that, although time is of the essence, we're better equipped today than we've been in the last 20 years going into an economic downturn.
Yeah, so to speak to Mr. Hayes' comment, I'd say particularly on the fraud and integrity side of things, yes, the agency is much better equipped than it ever previously had been to address those issues if there was another economic downturn, if we saw a surge in spike or new federal programs. On that specific issue, I think the agency is much better positioned. Generally speaking, I think the agency is much better positioned having lived through the pandemic and the learned lessons. We certainly acknowledge, and I look back very early in the pandemic, things we would have done much differently. So if there was another economic downturn, I believe very strongly that not just the technology we have in place, but the staff and who've been through all this would be better positioned. All of that being said, I think a comment I made before to the council is with the current system, all roads still lead to the mainframe. And as long as we have not modernized that system for core benefit processing, there's still a huge liability the next time there is a economic downturn. So in short, yes, better position, but still a substantial liability because of that.
And just as a follow-up on the time piece of it, essentially how 2196 was written in the short time frame to have a system up and running by the end of 22, and there's a lot of pushback with that. That was a very aggressive timetable, and what we've learned through this process is realistically we're looking probably at a minimum of a 2-year live date if we did a big bang or even if we did a phased approach. But I would think that if this council were to make a motion to reopen, whether it's for 30 days or a short period of time, in the grand scheme of things, 30 days to get to a right solution for Kansas as a whole makes sense for our state and all the customers and stakeholders of this system.
Revisor Long, thanks for joining us today. I informed the council that I had a discussion with you this morning about the possibility of making a recommendation, knowing that we can't reopen an RFP, to make a recommendation to the LCC to seek to reopen it for a period of time to allow other vendors to respond to our current RFP. And Representative Clayton had some questions as far as best practices in doing that, and I don't know if you were listening or not, but Representative Clayton, could you restate your question?
Yes, and thank you, Revisor Long, for being here. So our chairman mentioned talking to you earlier and basically stating that it is okay if we reopen an RFP, but I'm just looking for some sort of guidelines for how we can do that without, getting into a pickle, so to speak, basically to keep us out of trouble while broadening this. And so advice that you have would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Representative Clayton, Chairman Tarwater, members of council. RFPs can be reopened. Usually the process is handled by the agency that issued the RFP. It's within their control. So whoever issued the RFP, they're the ones who would make the determination whether or not to reopen it to allow for modification of bids and new bids to be submitted, what the conditions would be for reopening that RFP, or in some cases to even cancel an RFP and reissue a new RFP that's written differently for a different purpose could be done as well. The main key is as throughout this process is to have fairness to all the vendors who have bid and any potential vendors who would bid under a reopened RFP. That is the key that kind of drives the decision making in that process. And so the department that issued the RFP could reopen it for a certain stated period of time. They would go through all the same publications that they do when issuing the RFP, same notices to the vendors, and then would potentially give the vendors who'd already submitted a bid an opportunity to revise their bid if they so chose to, or the opportunity for new vendors to submit a bid that hadn't submitted before. Oftentimes this is done when the agency receives all the bids, the RFP is closed, and in reviewing those, they realize that the bids do not meet the qualifications for awarding the contract. Either they're out of scope, or they're out of budget, or all the vendors failed to comply with the requirements, something along those lines that would negate the agency selecting one of the vendors could then lead it to reopen the RFP to seek modified bids or to seek new bids from other vendors who hadn't previously submitted a bid. I can't tell you in terms of how often that is done by state agencies. I don't have those numbers. That would be Division of Purchasing would probably be a better entity to refer that question to. I do believe we have done it in the legislature, although I can't recall how long it's been since we did something like that. We considered one a couple years ago when we were doing a new printer lease agreement for the legislature, and we ended up delaying the acquisition because it was running right up against the beginning of session. But instead of reopening the RFP, we simply agreed on a vendor, and then we renegotiated the price under that vendor at a later date rather than go through the steps of reopening the RFP. So we did not in that case, even though that was an option for the legislature to do so at that time. Does that answer your question?
May I have one follow-up? Thank you. I guess, so my big question is that usually when it comes to reopening an RFP, the onus would be on the agency that first issued the RFP. For the most part, I mean, obviously, this council can recommend to the LCC, and then the LCC could then recommend back to the agency. I'm kind of looking at sort of like a chain of command sort of thing as we go through that process, and just walk me through and tell me how that would work. Most importantly, the right way to do it.
Typically, it's the agency that issued the RFP then would pull the trigger on reopening that RFP to additional bids or modified bids. Obviously, this particular RFP is a unique animal with the bill that passed and the different review processes that were put in place by that legislation. It follows a slightly different pathway, but ultimately it would be the executive agency that issued the RFP would be the one to make the decision to reopen that. And obviously, I think that labor would be working with the Department of Administration's Division of Purchasing and coordinating that decision as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Reviser, could you tell me, there's been discussion as far as that Procurement Council was going to have the vendors come in and present to this council. Then there was only going to be 2 of them because they narrowed it down to 2. They were concerned the other 2 weren't going to be, were going to file suit because they didn't get the same opportunity. Then there was some discussion today that we may not be able to, like if we reopened the RFP and gave everyone the opportunity to talk to the council, that would still pose a problem. Is there anything in statute, like if we were to put in the RFP that they will come before this council to present their product and answer questions, Is there any issues there with our underlying statutes for procurement?
So as I understand, with the live presentations, under the existing RFP and the existing bidders who submitted proposals, there was concern about what information could potentially be disseminated in a live presentation that would potentially invalidate the vendors or the RFP process because of disclosure of confidential information that should be kept confidential until the end of the full RFP process. And so that's why I believe that it was decided to do the video presentations without that live Q&A interaction with the council. That would probably still be the concern going forward with a reopened RFP and new vendors submitting proposals. Any proposal to have those new vendors come in and do live presentations, you would have that same concern about a live Q&A process and the disclosure of information that could potentially disqualify that vendor or the RFP as a whole. In addition to that, if you're allowing those vendors to come in and do live presentations, have you somehow been unfair to the existing vendors who were not allowed to do live presentations? So then do you have to allow them to do live presentations? So you have those issues. Taking it back a step, as you mentioned, putting in the RFP the requirement to do live presentations in front of this council could be an option, but that would require a rewrite of the RFP. The existing RFP does not have that provision in it, so you would have to add that and make that a new provision of RFP. And so in that case, is that the issuance of a new RFP as opposed to simply reopening an existing RFP? And those are discussions that would probably need to be discussed between the council and the Department of Labor and the Division of Purchasing as to what would constitute a reopening versus an issuance of a new RFP if we made changes to the language.
Okay, thanks. Any other, Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can tell you present on procurement way more than I do because you just summarized what I said in 5 minutes and about 30 seconds. I do have one question that I think you're probably the best to answer on. What does this do to the timeline if we reopen this? I mean, we're talking about reopening it for 30 days, but when it comes to the procurement process, do we essentially have to go back to step one? I think that's the only thing that I'm concerned about. I don't know if that sways me or not, but I just kind of want to see what the timeline, does it add 6 months? Does it add a year? What's it do to the timeline?
Well, and I'm not counsel for the agency that issued the RFP, so I can't speak specifically to the timeline as to how many days it would add, but you wouldn't be going back to step one because you wouldn't have that 60-day time period for presentation of proposals. If you're only going to reopen it for, say, 20 days, you're only going to have 20 days for vendors to either modify their proposals or for new vendors to submit a new proposal to the department. At that point, once the RFP closes again after that 20 days, then you've got to go back to whatever your review process is in order to be fair to all your vendors. Any new proposals and any modified proposals are going to come back around to whatever that review process was at the department. And how they reviewed that and how the PNC reviewed that, did their technical review with their subject matter experts. You probably would have to bring in the new vendors and have them Q&A with their subject matter experts, which I believe was done initially. And so that review process is where you're going to have the, for lack of a better term, duplication of effort. You've done it once. And if you didn't like the results you got or the bids that you got, you reopen to get some different bids and you go through that process again to reevaluate the new bids or the modified bids under that process again. So that's where you're going to probably have the most significant additional time in the RFP process, is that review process.
Okay, and if you'll bear with me, I've got just a couple more. I want to make sure we're walking a fine line because essentially before you got up here, I said the same thing. We got to be fair, we got to be open-minded. If we did this, wouldn't the smartest way to, in my opinion, be a sentence? I mean, the motion be, we would reopen the RFP for more responses. I mean, not allude to anything that, I mean, we've had presentations, not to exclude, you know, I just think it's a cleaner process, and being most fair to everyone is if the motion were to read something like the UCMI, I always get the acronym wrong, recommends that the LCC consider, or I guess it would be DOL, consider reopening the RFP to receive more bidders, instead of listing specific specifications we'd like to see from new RFPs.
As I read the statute and the council's charge under the statute, I believe it's within the council's discretion to advise as to maybe specific attributes of the modernization project they believe should be covered under the contract, things that they think this project should achieve without getting to specific vendors and methodology, but in general terms of what the modernization project should encompass. I believe the council can make recommendations on that. They can make recommendations in terms of action to be taken, like reopening the RFP. I think those are within the council's charge. You know, the council has quite a bit of discretion, but that would keep it more on an unbiased playing field, if that's what you're getting at.
And that's what I'm trying to say, because we've had people who did not apply for the RFP that, if this were be reopened, are likely going to apply for the RFP. And if we say something like today, we heard a lot about cloud-based systems. If we'd say the Unemployment Modernization Council recommends that DOL reopens the RFP to procure more cloud-based solutions, I think we start to hit a blurry line on who we're opening up for. So just on my personal belief, it's easier and cleaner if we just stay pure basis, here's what we recommend, in a way.
And I can see your point, Mr. Miller. I would just say that a recommendation that any solution looked at by labor include cloud-based computing as part of that solution as a general characteristic of their overall modernization project is a fairly benign recommendation from the council, and not necessarily pointing at any one particular vendor, but would be a more general characteristic of the modernization project that the council could make. But without specifically referring to maybe a particular vendor's system and methodology of providing cloud-based computing, maybe not include that specificity. But if the council's recommendation is that labor should seek out cloud-based computing solutions, I think that's within the purview of the council's recommendation charge under the statute.
Okay, thank you. And the only thing I would see is if Deputy Secretary Brady could kind of answer the timeline question, since it sounds like he might be better first to do it.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the RFP were to be reopened for 30 days, as soon as we hit day 31 and D of A gets any additional responses to the RFP or revised responses to the agency, we'll have to restart the process we did with the current bidders, in that we'll receive the technical proposals. We'll have our assortment of 30-ish subject matter experts review different pieces and components of that and grade them and score them, and then invite the ones that we deem necessary in to do, demonstrations that last time were scheduled for 8 hours, ran closer to 9 or 10 for each of these. So, I would anticipate, in addition to the 30 days, the RFP being opened, for all of that to occur, if we're moving very quickly, is maybe another 30 days, given the holidays and the people who are experts in this, just their calendars. You're probably looking a little closer to 60, if I'm being honest, It depends. I mean, if there's only one additional bidder, we can probably go through it very quickly. If there's 4 or 5 more that are very qualified, it's going to take a substantially longer period of time.
So did you get presentations from all 4 or just the 2 that you thought were relevant?
So we received the bids from all 4 and did the technical scoring and evaluation of all 4 bids. After getting that data and the PNC reviewing that, it was determined that there were 2 that were a very strong fit and 2, and this also incorporated our reference calls to other states that had been working with these vendors. 2 were determined to have fit the criteria as, very likely being suitable for the project, and then invited to do those full day demonstrations.
Thank you. Senator Tyson? No. Mr. Oswald?
Thank you. So this is probably a question for Deputy Secretary Brady. So maybe it's not, I'm just trying to understand this. Say we open up the RFP gets 2 more vendors. You've already went through a process where you vetted the process, you vetted the vendors, you vetted them, the references. You chose not to get presentations from 2 of them, correct? So you decide, I don't want the, we vet these 2 new ones. They don't fit the protocol either. We move on. Do you have to start over then, or can you use what you previously done with the 2 vendors you've already had presentations from and everything?
So I think to address your question, Mr. Oswald, if we did the technical evaluation of the RFPs and determined that they're likely not a good fit, there probably wouldn't be a need for the full day-long demonstrations, and that would just depend on what was submitted to us and the PNC's evaluation of this. Because at the end of the day, through this entire process, there's many stakeholders here in the room and at ks.gov that have worked through the process, but the PNC is the one who makes the ultimate decision and recommendation on these matters. So they drive a lot of that. So it really, on the timeline piece, it really depends how many new bidders enter, how many of the current bidders choose to revise their proposals, because we'll have to re-review those then, and then to what extent those are matches for the criteria for the system. So it's really hard to say exactly without knowing how many there might be.
Senator Erickson and then Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following this. So I've heard a couple of different statements here. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. I've heard the chair say that technically none of the vendors meet the RFP, and then I hear that maybe 2 strongly did meet or would be able to fulfill the RFP. So I'm trying to understand where we are at currently in that process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would your secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. And there's one requirement that was discussed earlier today that was said that none of the 4 vendors meet. I don't have that specific language in front of me as to what it is. It's in relation to full system deployments that have occurred. My recollection of that requirement and then reviewing these responses and the bids is that 3 of the 4 meet that bare minimum. That's my understanding that that might be disputed, but I don't have the specific language in front of me to say either way. I think too, just kind of an additional comment on that piece, Senator, we do have that procurement negotiating committee, which has members of both the executive and legislative branch there who are ultimately responsible for either making a recommendation or recommending back to the agency and D of A that a process change needs to occur. So one thing I would suggest to the council is that, to my knowledge, the PNC has not yet delivered their recommendation, whether that to be reissue the RFP, reopen it, or select a vendor. I think they were largely waiting to see the council's discussion as it related to the responses we received. It may be appropriate to allow that PNC to make or take their action that they're charged with, because they could come to the same conclusion that that's been reached, that that there needs to be additional bidders. But I know that they are the body that has the full scope of all information related to this and has been part of every component of the process to date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I go back, and we're in an unfortunate position because I think the proposal was let in spite of the direction of House Bill 2196. And the language in 2196 charges this council with making examinations and recommendations to include but not limited to technological infrastructure, system improvements and upgrades that will maximize responsiveness for claimants, methods for information and data sharing, system improvements or upgrades relating to system integrity. And I just feel like we've been handcuffed just based on when the proposal was let. And if we were to reopen, can we not add a statement in there that potential vendors can engage with this council under executive session if confidentiality is a concern?
Supervisor Long?
Mr. Chairman, as I said, that is not currently in the existing RFP language. So that would be a modification of the RFP. And I would advise consulting with the Division of Purchasing and the Department of Labor as to whether or not you can reopen an RFP and then modify the language of that RFP and consider it just a reopening as opposed to an issuance of a new RFP because you've changed the language and the requirements. Additionally, those type of live presentations, there would want to be some serious consideration of what that language looked like in the RFP to ensure that confidentiality and that there wasn't some inadvertent, unintentional negative consequence to a vendor in doing a live presentation, that the Q&A was conducted appropriately based on all the concerns that I have heard regarding that live Q&A process. So there would need to be some reflection and consideration of that language if that was what was chosen for the RFP as it was reopened.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This doesn't have to do with you, Mr. Long, so you can sit down if you want. A couple of thoughts. What I'd like to propose that we think about doing, I'm not real comfortable with what Mr. Hayes has proposed. I think it gets us down into some weeds. I'm also not comfortable with, waiting for a long time before we start making some action. If we were going to go ahead and do this, which would be, let's say we reopened or made a recommendation to reopen the RFP, keep that generalized. And I would propose that we don't make it to the LCC or LCC, we make it to the PNC, because I think that's the more appropriate committee, in my opinion. Otherwise, I'd rather make it to the legislature. In general, that would make a recommendation to. But I think the PNC is empowered to do this type of thing, or the KDOL, and make a recommendation and see where that goes. I think as a secondary motion, I would really like to see us take the language that you read out of that and then make a recommendation on what we think should be inside of the systems on those pieces. We don't have that together, but we can get it together, I think. I'd love to make it as a second motion, but I don't think we can make all those recommendations at this point. I think we would want to have a kind of a list of different things that we think are important after convening over the last 3-4 months at the different stakeholders. Say we would expect that whatever goes forward, we position whatever we want, and have that be a framework of expectation that supplements whatever they're thinking in that RFP process. Reframes a few things, and they could reevaluate those things if that RFP were open. I think that would be a good course of action because it would open it up, leave it open, keep the competition fair. It doesn't address the presentations. I personally, I'm not that concerned about that. I know some are. But I think what we can do is take the language that we gave ourselves power to do, take the recommendations, make a recommendation if we feel like it needs to be opened up. We might have different opinions about that. And that would help us move forward from this point in a timely fashion and incorporate our feedback into it and give the PNC some thought, what we think, some recommendations. So that's what I would propose as a course of action, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, and in general, I would agree with you. But the way the statute's written is we've got to make the recommendation to the LCC, and they do, and then they release the funds with a recommendation. we make recommendations to the LCC. And then my intent is to, next meeting, come up with a list that we can give to the LCC and to the Procurement Council as to what we think are the best things that we've seen so far. And if you recall, we've done that once. We gave a report to the LCC and we said, look, we're not in a position to make any recommendations, but here's where we're at. We really want to talk to the individual companies. And at that point, we were told we could. It wasn't until 10:30 at night, the night before they came in. I know you don't want to hear it, but that's the truth. We were fully expected, and we were told that these companies were going to show up to this council. We were told the night before that they weren't. So something happened there. Don't know what it is and don't care what it is. But now we're in this situation. And so if you look at the list of recommendations that we made to the LCC the first time as far as where we were at that point, one of the most important things to this council at that time was workforce development and integration, full integration, and having it be part of the platform. And of the four that have issued RFPs and answered our questions, none of them do that. One of them does that, but they do it through another company. They do it through, I forget who. They do it, but they do it through another company. So the state would have to contract with two different companies. And so that one piece that was very important and that goes with our law, my reemployment law, we thought was nice. Also, a CRM built into the system we thought would be good and would save a lot of money for a lot of departments. And so those were recommendations that we said are good to look for at that time. None of these four companies have it. And going through we were hoping with the presentations that it would come out and we could ask those questions. We asked those questions. We had to do them in writing. We got our answers back, but they misunderstood the questions. And we can't really keep going back and forth. It's a waste of time. And so that's why we're at the point that we're at to make a recommendation to maybe look at other companies.
Mr. Chair, I'd also remind you that today they also said that they also didn't have the CRM. They also didn't have, some of the pieces that we thought would be important, the whole workforce development piece. And, so, the Deloitte and the Accenture, they're probably going to build it, if they were going to come in and do it. Do they have the adequate strategy? I don't know. And I hear what you're saying, but we've also learned things about what we might think of as an approach like the modernization, the component-based or modular approach. The idea that, hey, maybe we want to focus and highlight or prioritize a certain piece and then move forward over a time period. And those are some really valuable learnings, at least I think for some of the individuals on this committee, that enhance what you say, with some of the initial recommendations. So that's why I think it's good to come back and say, hey, look, if we do reopen the RFP, we would like to see you prioritize some of these other things as well.
We plan to do that. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear agreement on both sides, so I think we should entertain a motion if possible.
Mr. Miller.
I think that Senator Pittman has a very valid point on this, but I think you do too, Senator Tyson, on the motion. I think just from my perspective, the best way to do this would be almost in two motions. That we have a motion that goes to the procurement committee that says that they recommend this. I get that the statute doesn't necessarily say that, and I think the revisers would probably agree that we can send a letter to anybody. I mean, I think the revisers are going to say that we could recommend anything to anybody. We can recommend it to the LCC, but they can't do anything. In my reading of 2196, they don't have authority to reopen it either. It's got to be the procurement negotiating committee or the DOL and DOA. But at the same time, we have a second motion that can be made to the LCC that says, at the end of the day, these are the modernization strategies and what we want to see within the implemented system. I think the quickest and most efficient way is to break it apart. That's just my opinion, but I really do think that that's going to be quicker and get us to the point where we're trying to get faster than making a motion to the LCC, letting them meet and talk about it, having them send a letter to the procurement committee and DOL. I'm just trying to make it go quicker. That's my only point on that.
Right, so the LCC is in charge of the funds for this. They release the funds once we've made a recommendation and they agree with the recommendation, they release the funds to the procurement council to actually contract. The Department of Administration cannot contract with a company until the LCC says they can, which is why we need to make a recommendation to them as well. So if you want the recommendation to go to two different entities at the same time, we can do that. But we're charged with making recommendations to the LCC, and that's what we plan to do.
And
Representative Clayton.
I just, from a point of clarification, if Revisor Reimer or Revisor Long, I'm trying to look through this on the fly on 2196. Can someone point me out to where in 2196 it says we can only make recommendations to only the LCC and nowhere else ever?
I don't think that it says that in the statute at all. It just says we make recommendations to the LCC.
But not just only them?
No, we can certainly make them to other, Mr. Reimer. Okay. Miller?
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I get the point on they release the funds, 100% get it. I think my point on it is we can still make a recommendation on what we want to see in a modernized platform and what we want to see in modernization without specific telling them to reopen the RFP. Because at the end of the day, I don't envision the LCC releasing the funds until the reopened RFP is closed. So us recommending that they reopen an RFP, if I'm the LCC, isn't going to say, okay, they made a recommendation to reopen the RFP, let's transfer the funds. Because then, honestly, our oversight's gone. I mean, maybe I just gave us more oversight that maybe we don't want, that I'm sure people on my side of this are going to tell me I'm wrong. But in my opinion, sure, we can make it straight to them and they can release the funds. Well, then our oversight's out the window.
Yeah, I don't know that we would recommend they release the funds and reopen the RFP at the same time. We would recommend that it's all schematics. It doesn't really matter. We'll
I
talk
agree,
about
but
it.
I'm just saying the response I received was, well, we have to recommend to the LCC for them to reissue the funds in order to enter a contract. And I'm saying that's 3 months down the road. That's not today. So that's why I'm just saying I don't think that really matters. But just my opinion again. Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, I'll make a motion that would that would report to the LCC that we would ask that the RFP for the Department of Labor modification be reopened for a 30-day time period to accept additional proposals, whether they qualify or not, and to give the current companies time to retool their proposals if they so wish. And we will also issue that same report to the Department of Labor and the Department of Administration so that everyone can be notified at the same time. Does that encompass about what we've been talking about? Aside from that motion, our plan is to come back on our next meeting and go through exactly what we would want in a system. And so we don't need to make a motion for that. That's the next agenda. So can I get a second on that? Seconded by Senator Erickson. I'll open it for further discussion. Mr. Miller.
Just to be quick, and I don't feel like it causes us any issues on it. I feel like it might be gray. The only two words that maybe stick out to me in the motion is qualified or not. I think if we remove those two words, we're as general as we can possibly be, that might be something Revisor Long. It doesn't cause me a ton of heartburn. I just think it is a little bit of gray, but Revisor Long may speak to that.
The intent of the motion would be to get, being that our RFP is written in such a way that it can't really be responded to by a company that would actually qualify for all of that, with the exception of maybe one. But the intent would be to send a message that we are open to receiving answers to our RFP, even though they can't check all the boxes. Is that okay, Mr. Long?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the council can send whatever recommendation it feels is most prudent in terms of fulfilling its charge under the statute, and then the Department of Labor, Department of Administration will take that recommendation and do with it what they can under our purchasing laws in terms of trying to meet that recommendation if they agree that that is a proper response to the current situation. I don't know if Deputy Director Brady has anything further to add to that, but I don't see any obstacle to making a recommendation like that given this council's statutory charge.
Deputy Director.
Thank you.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One kind of quick, I guess, clarifying question or comment for the council. I know at the beginning of this discussion, we had discussed a lot of about the possibility of the vendors coming in front of this council and answering questions. From what I've heard throughout the course of this conversation, and the revisor can jump in and correct me if I'm mistaken, I don't think the underlying issue has been solved related to the potential release of confidential information in the procurement process via Q&A. And from what I've heard, the motion we're doing doesn't address that, and DFA would likely have the same concerns and objections that they did for previous live demonstrations. Is that correct, that that piece of it's still not addressed?
You are correct that that piece is not in there, and it was because that would require rewriting the RFP, and we do not want to delay the process by that much. I would rather negotiate or come up with a solution between this council and the Department of Administration to find a way to have them come. I mean, there's a way to do it. We were going to do it in the very beginning. We were told we could do it. We just got to get past the politics crap and move on so that we can get a good view of all these companies and get good questions and answers. Now, if that means that we have someone standing at the podium that when we ask a question, they can turn around to the vendors and say, okay, you can answer that without screwing things up, then that's fine. But if we can't know something and the public can't know something, I'd rather not go into executive session to find that out. I want it to be as transparent as possible. Cost aside, I know we can't know cost because that's part of our underlying statutes, and the public can't know the cost until we actually sign a contract. And so everything else, how the platform works, about their lawsuits, their ongoing services, do you pay for everything today and you don't pay anything for so many years and it's all inclusive? Those kinds of questions can be asked, but we can't know that it's $80 million this year and $20 million a year after that if we don't do it right. That'll all come out once we contract with somebody, but hopefully we'll come to an agreement with the Department of Administration that says we really want all these stakeholders to participate in this. I mean, and that was the intent of the whole deal in the beginning. So, yeah, that's why it was left out. I'm sorry, long answer, long-winded, sir.
You're taking after me, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. As I'm sure you heard kind of from my previous comments, the timing piece is of concern to me, and I think this is a better route than completely reissuing. I do want to state that, but I do, still have some concerns related to the impact this would have on our ability to move quickly. But I do appreciate that that's being taken into account. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, you've heard the motion, seconded by Senator Erickson. All in favor, say aye. 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 All against, say no. chairs in question. So all in favor, raise your hand, and if you're online, say aye.
Aye.
6, 7.
Aye.
If all against and online, raise your hand and say no. What do we come up with? 7-4, motion carries. So we'll get that report issued and request issued. If you all would send me dates that do not work for you, second week of November, send them to me, and we'll try to get a date that works for everyone. I know some of you are going to be out of town the first week of November, so give me some dates that do not work for you. I'll do my best to get everybody on board. When we come back, we will go through, hopefully we'll have word back on our negotiations with the audit that we requested. And if there are any issues with that contract, then we can discuss those at that point. After that, we will discuss all of the things that we think should be embedded in a good platform for the modernization. And I anticipate that to be our last meeting of this year. So we could issue that report after that. Senator Pittman?
If they did reopen the RFP, would we have a chance to meet this year as well? Would we have time to be able to do that?
I think yes, if we were able to have presentations and all that, then certainly. Or if they had questions or concerns, once we issue what we're looking for, if they wanted to have further comment, we certainly would come back. I mean, my intent is to get this done as quickly as possible. We wouldn't stand in the way of a timeline for sure, but I don't see that actually congealing.
Are you referring to the week of November 7th through, or 8th through 12th? Is that what the week you're looking at?
That's the week that we would look at to come back to make the recommendations as far as what the system would have. And if it doesn't work for enough people, we can go to the following week. But I know that at least one individual was going to be absent first week.
And Mr. Chair, I'm not averse to meeting in December. I think the State House is lovely at Christmas time, and I think we've got work to do. I would ask that when planning for November meetings, if you could consult with the chair of House redistricting. I'm also on that committee, and I will need to attend both meetings. So if you guys can not do it at the same time, you'd have a very grateful member. Thank you.
I would never do it without you, Representative. Okay, with that, we're adjourned. Thanks so much for your time and efforts today.